Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of the Trial of Hearts. I am your host and DM, Maris Oram. We are going to kick things off as we usually do with a round of character intros, so we will be starting with the birthday boy himself, Sif.
That's me. I was born on this day. I'm Sif underscore VTuber, living suit of armor. I play games. I do art. I'm here to roleplay as Gwyn, Birdman, who will not be Birdman for too much of today if the itinerary is correct. And yeah, it is my birthday. No special plans, but I have a community art night with a nice little surprise I hope to have ready by then. But aside from that, yeah, I'm also doing art fight. You should do art fight. It is fun. Just draw people and then bash them over the skull with your art. That's all I got. I love you guys.
Thank you, Sif, and happy birthday. Everyone wish Sif a happy birthday. This is a threat. We love Sif in this house. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
I was born.
Happy birthday to you!
Next up, we have Lily.
Oh yeah, I am next. Hello everyone. My name's Lily. I am an aspiring artist that does a lot of D&D characters, including my lovely character Topaz here, which I have 2 outfits planned for tonight, which is always fun and exciting. But as for myself, I do a lot of D&D stuff beyond just drawing D&D stuff, and run my own campaign, Mistwalker Spectrum of Eternity, which has, I think, 9 episodes up on YouTube. But it's very gay. It's very, very good, in my humble opinion, I hope.
Non-biased opinion here. It's very good.
Yay. But yeah, tonight playing Topaz, as I said, but very excited for the Masquerade. Very excited for really all of the scenes because, oh boy, we gonna get spicy tonight.
It's gonna be a good time. Thank you, Lily. Next up, Vesper.
Hello, my name is Vesper Fortune. I am a bat variety VTuber. I do all the things except for hand cam streams, but maybe one day we'll fix that. But tonight I am playing Oleander, the disaster deer, archaeologist rogue, and future enemy of the state probably. And when I'm not doing that, the only other D&D related thing I have is Comet Tales, which I am lore and story consultant on, and I am the reason for some of these people's pains every Saturday, but that will be changing soon. We will be seeing that.
Now it's my turn to inflict the pain on you. Oh, how the tables have turned. But yes, thank you. Thank you, Vesper. And last but never least, we have Ares.
Hello, I'm ArestheHarpy, and I do a lot of drawing content as well as random games, letting my bird brain lead me wherever it does. And I will also be soon restarting my own tabletop campaign. Also, I'm playing Luella, who is a Fae auditor and thusly about as evil as you can get in this world.
Thank you, Ares. Thank you, everybody. We will start with a quick session recap of things that occurred last time on the Trial of Hearts. So starting off, Topaz received a couple of reassuring letters, one from Wild, assuring that their friendship is secure and he cares for her tremendously, regardless of if she considers him a worthy suitor. The other from her older sister Diamond, who offered advice on Topaz's love life, hoping to instill some confidence in their beloved sibling. And Oleander reached out to Essie with clarification regarding his notes and discoveries and theories, and crafted another secret letter in Witch's Cant to lure out a suspected witch, Harriet Lockhart. Gwyn sent a letter off to the capital, relaying orders to the captain of the Royal Guard, asking to look for any kind of crystal weaponry, as well as to do a very subtle investigation in both Prince Alto and Princess Adora's rooms. And Essie revealed an uncomfortable truth in a letter to Luella. relaying that immortality might not just be all that it's cracked up to be. Oleander visited Damus, and the two reflected on the secret meeting with Essie. Damus was afraid that after new revelations about himself and his master Cassian, Oleander would not want to associate with him. And Topaz stopped by Essie's room for a conversation regarding his welfare, where Essie admits his frustration that the mystery surrounding Isolde remains unsolved. They also discussed Gwyn, and Essie warned Topaz not to treat him like a white knight in shining armor, because it's an ideal he could never measure up to. Wilde confronted Gwyn about his intentions with Topaz, and Gwyn openly confessed to simply wanting Topaz and envisioning a future with them. Wilde conceded to Gwyn's feelings, but made a vow that should Gwyn ever hurt Topaz, he would never forgive him, and all that that implied. Oleander met with Parthenia over coffee, and the two compared notes and discussed various conspiracy theories surrounding the royal family, and both agreed that they don't believe Prince Cyrus's assassination was not as straightforward as the history books explain, and it's very likely that the Children of the Dawn were simply a convenient scapegoat for the tragic incident. And after their conversation, Oleander reached out to Plague via his sending stone, asking for further information on Prince Cyrus. At luncheon, Dame Leonora and Essie announced a masquerade ball to be held the following night. Guests were instructed to choose masks from the Dame's collection, and not to wear them until the appointed hour. The players each secretly chose their masks, and after which Luella stealthily indulged Essie in conversation. They reached an understanding, and Essie was relieved to find that Luella still considered him a friend, though she warned him to be careful considering the dangerous pieces potentially in play within Hololight. Before leaving, Essie asked about the masquerade, and implied that the rules of the game may not apply to him. Oleander and Gwyn had a secret meeting in the gardens, considering the danger the princelings posed to Essie, considering the suspected nature of Alto's sword. Oleander also invited Gwyn to join him on his next stakeout, hoping to ensnare Harriet Lockhart, which Gwyn agreed to, despite his misgivings about the plan, on the condition that he can bring Topaz with him. Topaz, meanwhile, kept her meeting with Captain Wilde, continuing their dancing lessons. With minimal awkwardness, the two danced the night away in a flurry of twirls and laughter. Luella quietly met with Alto after dinner, where she subtly questioned him about his argument with Adora, which he assured her did not occur. He asked her for her assistance with uncovering what he believes to be a conspiracy against the crown, revealing his knowledge of the crystal dagger with the royal sigil on its hilt. Alto is adamant that someone is intent on sullying the name of his family, and asked for her help in finding out those who would be discontent with the crown, and promised to reward her handsomely for her efforts. In turn, Luella inquired about the make of his sword, and though he permitted her to inspect it, he did not seem knowledgeable about its make, aside from it being unique. And lastly, Topaz invited Damus to their room, expressing concern about the nature of his relationship with Oleander, but was quickly reassured upon the realization that Damus is simply just anxiety personified. Emboldened, Topaz and Lapis gave him a makeover, styling his hair and makeup and gifting him a new suit. Initially mortified, Damus eventually accepted their generosity and seemed glad, in his own way, to have made new friends. So, that is where we are picking things up. We will continue with Gwyn. You were going to
Reputation?
No, we're still in the same day. So we will do reputation stuff at the start of the next day.
Cool.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. So we're going to start with Gwyn, who was going to ask Topaz to assist him in Oleander's side quest. So, Gwyn, I leave it up to you.
I imagine, since Oleander was planning on meeting the supposed witch late at night, this would have happened. Gwyn would probably try to find Topaz in their room. So
Sure.
that is where Gwyn will go and knock on the door, see if Topaz is present.
Sure. You knock on the door, and it opens, but rather than it being Topaz, you see Lapis has actually answered the door. And she kind of eyes you up and down, and shuts the door just enough so she is taking up the whole of the door frame so you can't look inside the room. And just, Sir Gwyn, to what do we owe the honor of your visit?
I'm to steal away Topaz for the evening. I require her aid with something. In a manner that doesn't... I'm gonna get a read on... I'm gonna just out this right now. I'm assuming Gwyn can tell that Topaz probably told their sibling everything.
Give me an insight check as to Lapis's sort of general demeanor.
Vibe.
Yeah.
Got it. That is a 24.
Lapis is someone who very much wears her heart on her sleeve. It's not very difficult to tell what kind of mood she's in. And as soon as she saw that it was you particularly who was knocking on the door, her mood soured. She does not seem very happy to see you.
Lapis,
You want to steal away Topaz for the night, do you?
Can I add a little color commentary that you probably hear a little crash in the background?
I understand your... To do away with the teasing, as much as I'd rather not. I simply came for Topaz's aid. I don't know how much your sibling has told us, but we are to be working on something together, and I require their assistance with it this evening. I have no intentions, as of this moment, to cause undue confusion for Topaz and frustration for you.
She kind of scrunches up her face a little bit. You must think I was born yesterday, Sir Gwyn. Look.
At the very least, you'd have to be born a day after Topaz.
Huh. Look, you've done Topaz a good turn when they were upset after my outburst the other day. I get it. But right now, I'm not entirely convinced that you've got their best interests at heart. I mean, look at what people are saying about you. Plus, she kind of checks a little pocket watch that's like on a chain around her neck. Do you know what time it is? And do you expect me to believe that you're off working on something? I'll not have you drag Topaz down with you. I don't care how high and mighty you think you are. I may have been intimidated by that once before, but I care about Topaz more than that.
There's a lot to unpack in those sentences, but let me assure you and our audience first that I was not the one to pick this time. Oleander requires us for a task. Now, I'm sorry, I'm still a little taken aback of you admitting that at first, your initial reaction to me was that of intimidation, but Lapis, I ask that you look not at the rumors and words you've heard about me, spoken from the same people that would so easily speak ill of you and your sibling. Look at the man before you now, and the time that we've spent. He looks back at the watch, just dangling down at Lapis's neck, and he just kind of like has a frustrated look of, we don't have time for this, so he'll just say, listen, we can't unpack all of this right now.
She's
Tell
gonna...
your sibling.
No, go ahead.
Tell your sibling I will be waiting here, and then I'll give whatever location Oleander wanted me to wait at to overlook the conversation. Tell your sibling I'll be waiting there for him.
She eyes you up and down one last time, lifts a finger up in the, like, one moment kind of gesture, not so gracefully shuts the door in your face, and turns to Topaz, and looks at you, Topaz. What exactly is going on here?
I mean, I don't know, but I mean, I'm basically dressed at this point.
You're not seriously gonna go?
I mean, I am.
What? Topaz. I know I said have fun, but there are things to consider. I thought you were going after the star.
I am.
Then what are you doing now?
It's more complicated than that. There's some things. Some bigger plans that I somehow stumbled into being a part of. And judging by who this is to do with, I think it's important. And even beyond that, there's some things I need to hear from Gwyn himself.
She gives a big sigh and crosses her arms over her chest. I mean, it's not like I can stop you, but just be careful, okay?
I will.
I know you like him, but doesn't mean I have to trust him.
I know. You wild scum. It's a lot, but I need to know which version is the real him and what it is that he wants.
Do what you want, Topaz, but all I'm saying is, if enough people don't like him, there's a common denominator there, isn't it?
You know I always see the best in people, or at least attempt to. And I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna blind myself with what I want to see. But it's important to me to at least peer into the dark and hear it from the man himself. I think he trusts me a whole hell of a lot.
Alright.
So this will be the laying it to bed once and for all, potentially.
Preferably not in bed, alright?
No, nothing of the sort, I promise you.
Alright, don't stay out too late, alright?
Right. Love you, Lapis.
Love you too.
And Topaz will come on out, dressed in just like a very basic, just like long and wide dress, mostly looking like partial nighttime clothes, but a bit fancier, and just look around to see if Gwyn is there.
Lapis did hold up the finger for, like, say, one moment, right?
Mm-hmm, she did.
Yeah, then Gwen would be like arms crossed, leaning against the wall across the way, with a very like a look with of a mix of frustration and defeatedness, and look up to see you. Ah, Lady Topaz. I'm sorry, Topaz. Did your sister? She informed you about everything, right? Like he's trying to like not just point out the fact that you were hearing everything.
Yes, I did hear what she said and everything. So we're doing a scheme for Oleander. I assume this is something to do with the plot, or
It'd do
uncovering
it'd be,
truths.
it'd be best for us not to discuss details so close to others.
Of
As he
course.
just looks at the door, I'm assuming like Lapis is pressed against it. Fucking
Very
No.
likely. You can't see, but there's definitely a shadow moving under, you can see under the door frame. There's movement happening there.
chaperoning Oleander for the night. Just for a bit, and then you can return to bed, Topaz.
It's all right. If it's all right with you, I'd like to have a little chat afterwards.
Fine, but we will. I don't intend to keep you too long for the sanity of your sibling. He'll say, just looking back at the door.
Her bark is worse than her bite, I promise you.
The bark was still pretty hurtful, if you ask me.
I
He'll
apologize on her behalf.
he'll just walk ahead of you and start leading the way towards where you guys need to be, which I'm assuming is like a vantage point over where Oleander is discussing things.
Yeah, I believe he directed you to, because there's like a skylight on the ceiling of the chapel. I believe that he directed you to sort of be on the rooftop, like looking in through the skylight.
But yeah, they can talk in the chapel first. If
Oh,
need to be.
sure,
Like,
sure. Yeah, so
they play like an hour before everything happens or something.
all
I
right.
think talking at the roof would be cooler. That is my opinion.
Just yelling at each other from through the ceiling. Yeah. So y'all can make your way to the chapel proper. And meet
if I can
Oleander.
add one small thing.
Mhm.
Seeing Gwyn just walk ahead of Topaz without like extending the gentlemanly hand, Topaz hangs their head a bit. But follows quietly.
Your sister fucking dug into him. He's not exactly eager about making moves towards you right now.
I know.
Thank you, Maris.
So before everyone, like, Oleander actually enters last, but can I like turn off my Fugi for a sec? Is that possible?
What you could leave.
No. No, that's, what, I'll just change. So when both of you enter the temple, Oleander is not there, but like a few minutes afterward, you hear footsteps, but it's not from Oleander. Instead, if anyone will look at the
Ooh.
stream.
How did
for a
you-
sec, I've changed like Fugi.
How did you become even more of a twink?
And both of y'all and like stepping into the church is this very beautiful woman, very small, waif-like, glimmering snow white skin, with the appendages, the arms and the legs looking frostbit black. Like a gradient of this glimmering snow white into frostbitten black on the ears, the arms, the legs. And you see her in this beautiful, sheer, moonlit, prismatic gown. And underneath the gown, you see this, like, intricate, metallic metals and jewels all worn together in this patchwork, these interlacings that create its own little outfit under this kind of Greco-Roman gown. But the top of the Greco-Roman gown kind of looks like this sleep gown. And she walks very gracefully towards the both of you.
Excuse me, but do we know you?
I kind of want to raw dog the insight check.
I
Will that be-
think... no, go ahead, Gwyn, go ahead.
Yeah,
would it be okay, Mary?
yeah. Make an insight check.
That's a 13 superiority die.
That's
a
a
19.
19. So this clearly is someone you've never seen before. This is a stranger within Hollow-Light's walls. However, you do remember from your last conversation with Oleander, when you asked, because Oleander hinted he's not going to look the way that he normally does. And when you asked for clarification, he basically said, Lamau, figure it out. So, reflecting on that conversation, even though you don't see really any of Oleander's mannerisms from this person physically, you still get the feeling this could be Oleander.
Gotcha. I'm gonna let Topaz fumble around, but Gwyn is gonna look with acknowledgement.
I see you've got a Topaz. And you, like, notice it's very soft. It's, like, totally different speaking mannerisms. And she steps up and she offers her hand to Topaz. You already know me, but for tonight, my name is Aradia.
Oh, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here, but Aradia, it's pleasure to meet you. And gives the hand a kiss and say, "Is Oleander gonna be making his way as well?"
I'm not sure how I can say this, but this is the mass.
Right, Aradia, it was.
For tonight.
And
So, continue.
I suppose I've only really been filled on a few of the details that you need. Both myself and Gwyn to sort of keep an eye on you for whatever comes.
I am running sort of a gamble. Right now, we are currently still missing information. And again, this is a gamble, so I'm not running on any hints, any actual information. I'm just running on a hunch. And I thought that there might be a witch who managed to sneak in. Either because they have hidden their craft well, or because their coven isn't well known, or they've got in somehow, and I believe, due to certain deductions, I have reduced that down to maybe Harriet Lockhart.
Harriet?
Hmm.
The aunt of Cordelia?
Like I said, it's only a gamble. I'm not even 100% sure she will show up.
Oh. Oh, sorry, you got me a bit spooked considering my sister and Cordelia are close.
Understandable, but right now I I'm currently again running off of only hunches because sometimes that's all you have is a hunch. Sometimes all you have is the gamble.
May I ask the hunch?
Considering that we can all validate ourselves and Damus, and we can presume that maybe the rest of the contestants were invited for reasons, either by SC or through SC nudging the invitations one way or another. So, presumably, the only people who are suspicious are guests. And
You see Topaz kind of like gets nervous a little bit, even though they're very innocent in this. Like, I mean, I wasn't invited either. I stole my invitation from my father. Didn't get his permission or nothing.
and I'll take that where I can have it.
Fair enough.
And
Sorry, you
considering
got my mind racing a bit about whether or not my sister is getting close to a relative of a witch.
to be fair, I don't think Lapis is in any danger. I don't think I'm in any danger tonight unless Dame Leonora is the one who comes, but we'll deal with that if it happens.
Alright. Looks over at Gwyn. Does this all make sense to you?
I mean, yes. Already is someone we can trust, so don't worry.
Oh, okay.
We'll be viewing from the rooftop above. Should anything happen, I'll fly down, and Topaz will run off to fetch Dame Leonora and any pertinent guards.
Okay. I can do that.
Will you need any help getting up to the roof?
Oh, no assistance required. Lest you forget that I'm able to fly.
Oh, my bad. I had it in my head that Topaz was going to climb up using monk skills, maybe.
I mean, I could.
They can do many things.
Mm-hmm.
Triple threat. And Oleander will smile, pat both of them on the shoulder. I don't think Lady Harriet is any actual danger, but I will not suspect a witch to not escape when given the chance and if threatened. But I think we can get some answers if all my hunches line up.
Then we'll be ready, I suppose.
Alright. Get into position.
Hmm.
I'm sure it'll be obvious if things get dangerous.
All right. The three of you take your positions and you wait for presumably Harriet to arrive. We're going to put a pin in this scene. We're going to pan the camera, so to speak, because Luella, you wish to have a conversation with Damus.
Yes.
How would you like to go
Oh,
about
poor thing.
this, keeping in mind that it's relatively late in the evening?
Oh, I think that we have to go with meeting Damus, I assume, in his room at this point. Which
Or
I'm sure will not bring up any recent traumas.
no, certainly not. So, I imagine, Damus kind of took his time getting back to his room, after, spending the evening with Topaz and Lapis, and in no particular rush, unlocks, his door, shuffles in, takes off his coat, throws it on the bed, starts to undo his cravat and run his hands through his hair, and turns around and I kind of picture you just sitting in the armchair again, just chilling. And to which he
Perfect.
gives a very undignified, yelp, and just, Miss Stalwix, if I could be so bold as to remind you that, there are other ways to meet each other.
Are there? This one seems rather effective, though.
I suppose if the intended effect is to scare me out of my wits.
I feel as though that would happen regardless of how I introduced myself.
Kind of flushes a bit, but he doesn't disagree.
Care to take a seat and we can have another chat?
I take it this one will be just as unpleasant as the last.
Perhaps, though maybe for different reasons.
He slowly approaches the chair opposite of yours and sinks himself into it. He's still, sitting kind of erect, and his one leg is shaking.
Oh my.
And he's kind of attempting to make some eye contact with you, but ultimately too nervous to do so, so his eyes are kind of, all over the place. What? Well, what do you want to talk about?
A few new questions have popped up, and I was hoping that you could give me some sort of answer to them.
I'll certainly do my best.
Most pertinent, I think, would be to start off with. You have rather interesting substances in your blood, yes?
To say the least, yes.
And your master was at least somewhat interested in it.
I think more than somewhat, to be honest.
Care to explain?
Well, as previously discussed with the others and Essie, my master has a particularly keen interest in stars.
I guess I shall direct then. Damus, did your master ever consume your blood?
Kind of blanches at that. Awfully direct, I see, but that is your way, I suppose. I suppose I should be equally frank then. Yes. Yes, he did.
Hmm. How often would you say?
It varies. Depends. Every few weeks, every few months.
And another question. Were you the first one to find the fallen star?
I believe so. Yes, or at least it seemed undisturbed, but by the time I got there.
But you said that it was more of a gem, a rock.
Just a rock, sort of porous, craters in it. I hadn't seen any kind of material like it before, but it certainly wasn't a person.
Which is rather strange, don't you think?
Very, considering everything we know about stars.
What do you know about stars, Damus?
Well, they fall so infrequently, so no more than anybody else, I imagine. But I know that, I know the unfortunate aspects to stars, why they used to be hunted, and what people would do to them before the beginnings of the Trial of Hearts, witchcraft and all that.
Mm-hmm. So then you probably have an inkling as to why your blood was being consumed on a regular basis.
I believe it was to be used as some sort of substitute to a heart, that is. Miss Stalwix, is there a reason that you're asking me these things? I mean, I know that given everything that I've talked about and what you all now know about my master, that I know what things look like, but if there's any way I can assure you, I don't mean Essie any harm.
Luella leans forward a bit, very slowly, making sure the chair creaks. Damus, you know what I think?
I couldn't say.
Staring at him. I think that you are a rather unfortunate tool for your master.
That blunt delivery again.
I want it to be in no uncertain terms that you know that you are being used.
That may be true, Miss Stalwix. It very well may be true, but I still owe everything to my master. It hasn't been all bad.
It never is. My information isn't perfect, and she finally sits back again. But, so far as I'm aware, blood alone does not grant immortality, and your master has lived for how long?
I truly don't know.
I seem to remember that he disappeared a great while ago.
Yes, so everyone says. I don't know exactly how old that would make him, though.
How old did he appear to you last you saw him?
Fairly aged, but the color kind of drains from his face a little more. But, he had one of my tinctures before I left, so at his best, he can look as young as 50, but over time, he looks significantly older than that.
And so we reach an interesting point. Your master is seemingly immortal. Imperfectly so, given apparently he ages. He consumes your blood to maintain that sort of balance. And you acquired your blood, one would assume, from happening upon a fallen star that was more akin to rock than person. Is this all lining up?
Yes, that's all correct.
And per the information at my disposal, that would say that it is very likely that what you happened upon was, with some conjecture, a corpse.
A corpse? How do you mean?
From what I have been told, there are two ways to gain immortality from a star. You either acquire their heart willingly, in which case you are granted a sort of perfect immortality, as it were. But if you were to consume one, it would not be so perfect, and you would need to supplement.
I do hate to think about it like that, but I suppose that makes sense. After all, as he did say that his his mother fell beyond the wall, the two must be one and the same.
It would seem so.
Kind of sits awkwardly in his seat before slumping back into it. I don't like this, Miss Stalwix. I didn't ask for any of this to happen. I just stumbled upon something much bigger than myself.
That is how it seems to go. I thank you for answering my questions, and will leave you to do with that information what you will. Though I would greatly recommend that you do not converse with your master from this point forward, for reasons I am sure you can surmise.
You mean at all?
Well, how do you think that everyone here and outside of here would react to you having ongoing communication and connection to a, by all evidences, confirmed witch who has, at some point, consumed the heart of a star?
I see your meaning. He would not care for that.
I'm sure he would not. Though it is largely up to you, Damus. If you truly think that he is not so terrible a person as this all paints him to be, it will land on you to prove otherwise, but... well... She stands up, dusts herself off, and gives him a pat on the shoulder, just a light pat. Have a good evening, Damus. And again, thank you for the conversation.
You're welcome, Miss Stalwix. As always, you've given me much to think about.
And hopefully less to be angry about this time.
Fair enough.
And she leaves, closely latching the door behind her.
All right. You go about your way that evening, and we will turn back to the trio. Gwyn and Topaz, you have your positions by the skylight. Oleander, you are disguised, waiting in the temple. The appointed hour comes. 2 a.m., I believe you said, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 2 a.m. comes, and punctually, you hear footsteps approaching.
Oh no.
And into the temple, you see Dame Leonora.
No.
And she takes in the spectacle of the person before her. eyes you up and down, and without any hesitation, makes a sweeping motion with her hands. And I need you to make a charisma saving throw, please, Oleander.
Where's saving throws again? Oh, here we
Top
go.
left. Yep.
15.
15. You just meet the spell save DC, so you feel her trying to cast a spell on you. And its influence, for a moment, you feel that compulsion to speak. But you swallow it down, and the spell washes over you. And she gives a little annoyed click of her tongue, and just eyes you. Well, a curious invitation that my guests seem to be getting, I presume, sent from you.
Sorry, I'm having a small heart attack. I was prepared, but I wasn't mentally prepared. I apologize. I was expecting you, but still, I wasn't entirely ready. Good evening, Dame Leonora. And yes, those particular notes were from me.
Interesting. Why, may I ask, are my guests receiving strange cryptic invitations in witches' cant?
There is a pause and a turn, and Aradia is looking at Dame Leonora seriously. I believe... I'm sorry.
Take your time, you're good. You can be as honest or as deceptive, because she attempted to cast a Zone of Truth on you, and it failed, so you don't have to be honest with her.
I have been entirely worried about the safety of the star, and I just thought that I could lure out someone. I think there's something deeper going on here.
Is that so? And I presume this someone you're trying to lure out is one of the Lockharts, considering they were the recipients of more than one invitation. May I ask? Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, unfortunately it seems my gamble was wrong.
May I ask why you singled them out? If you are truly concerned about Essie's well-being, I am the person to speak to.
I wanted to ask them a question, if they were witches.
she kind of is taken aback a little bit and just furrows her brows as she plants her feet firmer into the ground. Just, do you really think that I would invite witches, known or suspected, into the Trial of Hearts at my estate? Oleander Bloodthorne. And at that, your disguise is gone. I thought as much.
I was afraid once it was you. I couldn't really hide it.
Oleander, your tenacity and fervor is something to be admired, but I would hope that by now there would be enough trust between us that such foolish errands are not required. Or, if you truly think they are, that you would inform me.
Would you believe me if I said I don't think they'd be here to harm Essie?
Oh? Witches that would be here not for the heart of a star?
You remember the Children of the New Dawn, yes?
I have heard of them, yes.
And how they are behind the assassination of King Cyrus, correct? I mean, Prince Cyrus.
Yes. I'm sorry, Oleander. I do not require a history lesson. Is there a point to these questions?
What if the Children of the New Dawn were here to clear their name as not being Prince Cyrus's murderers?
She kind of deflates a little bit, just, oh. I see. Nothing more than a simple curiosity, then. A conspiracy theory to bide your time with, is it?
Oh, there's definitely a bit of tinge of anger in Oli. It's not that he knows it's at this point it's like what the. It's at this point, it looks like it's not to be a conspiracy theory, but she doesn't know that. And he can't be going around doing stuff, and it's, And Oleander is kind of looking up at the sky, is kind of like wondering what to do at this current moment. Because at least he saved his ass, but he doesn't know exactly what to do with this situation. Because he doesn't think he can really edge out any questions from Dame Leonora.
You are
Dame
always
Leonora.
welcome to try.
Dame Leonora, if it isn't too much to ask, did you decode the notes yourself, or did someone give you the notes already telling you about the meetup?
Ah. Well, you see, being a part of the Empress's personal security, I do have to be knowledgeable in Witch's Cant to decipher enemy messages. I trust that you'll find no conspiracy there.
So you received both the notes.
I
And decode them yourself.
received coded letters from very concerned guests who were concerned that someone had something out for them. I couldn't abide by that. I'm sure you can understand how distressing it would be to receive strange letters, written in symbols and sigils you don't understand.
But, may I ask, did any of them seem like they've already read it and understood?
If it would put your mind at ease, Oleander, I don't believe so. All I saw were confused and concerned expressions.
I apologize, I've taken a step too far again.
She kind of gives an exhale and a little smile, and she approaches you. And mind you, she's very small next to you, but she kind of gives, like, she could probably reach up to, like, you know, the flank of your leg and just gives you a little pat. Just, Oleander, I know by now that your heart is in the right place, but your methods perhaps need peer-reviewed, to use terminology you're familiar with. If you have real concerns for Essie, I want you to feel that you can trust me with those concerns. His well-being is my utmost priority.
Then, I know I'm already pushing my luck, but would there be anyone on the Celestial Court who is Oleander is really trying his best. He is looking very, like, left to right. Has anyone on the Celestial Court been into archaeology within the past few months or so?
Archaeology. She's gonna kind of eye you up, like, wondering why you're asking this very specific question. Ah. You're wondering why you're here, aren't you?
I have had doubts as of late. I've had thoughts. I've known that I've been on an excavation that I've planned for months before I was here, and feels like there's something pulling me. Some threads, and I'd like to know if there's someone at the top of the strings.
Oleander, not everything is a grand conspiracy. I regret to inform you. Sometimes things are quite simple. I am not at liberty to tell you precisely the selection process for the Trial of Hearts. There has to be some level of confidentiality to the Celestial Court's methods. But if it would ease your mind and balm your anxieties, you were selected among several candidates. I'm sure you can tell just by observing the various guests at Hollowlight that we opt for a diverse array of contenders. All walks of life, all sorts of professions. You were a candidate amongst many academics. And you were chosen. Among others, some of your colleagues are here. Someone thought you were the right fit. Is that really so difficult to believe?
A little. And he laughs. There is something else. I know it's late and you have a lot to work to do, but you said when everyone was here, you checked us all out. And of course, you know of my father, you know when my mother died. Was there an effort to look for my biological parents?
She kind of pauses at that and gives a little exhale and looks up to you with a empathetic expression.
Oh no.
There was Oleander, and as always, I attempt to do my due diligence. I try to leave no stone unturned when it comes to the backgrounds of each candidate. I could find nothing on your birth parents. I don't know if that is a comfort or a burden.
It is what it is. I do not know more than what I already knew, so I will leave unaffected, I think.
She gives you a nod and another pat on your leg. Now, I trust this, and she sort of gestures around the room. This is at an end, yes?
Yes.
Good. Essie might be my primary concern, but the safety of my guests is also my responsibility. I don't want them frightened needlessly. I hope that in some small way this has alleviated your concerns as well.
Yes.
Very good. In that case, I bid you good night, Oleander.
I'm sorry for waking you.
You can make it up to me by ensuring that your nighttime correspondences come to an end.
Fine.
Very good. Good night. She'll give a very polite bow and exit the temple.
Oleander waits until she is 100% gone, like down the hallway, cannot hear, before he calls them both down. Well, that was a bust.
I suppose so.
I'm sorry for bringing you both into this.
It was a worthwhile experience.
Oh yes, you got to see live venison being grilled.
I was more so speaking to the appearance of our area. To me.
That's not what you're wearing tomorrow, is it?
To be fair, only you, Leonora, and Gwyn have seen me, so
Fair enough. I suppose we'll just avoid calling you out then.
I'm hoping to not I'm hoping to not attract too many eyes tomorrow, not after tonight. Plus, I think it'd help Dame Leonora ease her mind if I came in the same costume.
Fair enough.
Now go, I have kept you both up way past your bedtimes, probably.
And she'll turn to Gwyn. Say, if it's not too much to ask, would you mind taking a walk with me through the forest for a bit?
Wouldn't be too much, but in the forest this late, are you sure? Wouldn't Lapis
Don't worry,
worry
you're
if you were-
safe.
I'm sure Lapis is asleep now. It's fine. Trust me.
I will about speaking with you, but I'm fairly certain Lapis would stay up late concerned over you. Regardless, by all means, lead away.
Rest well, Oleander.
I will catch you all later. I am in the need of prayers. And you'll see him turn to the Earth Mother. And be like, it's like, dear Lord, help me through this.
If it helps, Oleander, as they're walking away, you may have a nice, pleasant surprise waiting for you tomorrow after the masks drop.
Oleander blushes and is like, thank you.
All right. The three of you part ways. Oleander stays to pray for a little longer. Gwyn and Topaz, you make your way outside. I will let you take it from there.
So, I imagine Topaz is just basically trying to get to a place where they're sure that nobody could be listening. And just kind of takes a moment and just looks over at Gwyn and just says, I can read the situation. This is not the right time to have this conversation, but nonetheless, I've never been one for good timing.
To be honest, I feel as though that's a strong suit of yours.
Is
Not only
it?
Well, you can recognize when something's bad, yet you still choose to do it anyways. That's conviction, right?
I
After you came all the
suppose.
way out here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No. I don't want you to think I'm mad at you. Or anything of the sort, based off what Lapis said. I promise you that's not the case. I've been a bit conflicted the last few days from information that I've heard spread by the common folks, as well as information that I've heard directly from people, and I want to talk about it.
You wish to address each and every word spoken about me, or
No, no. That's not it. These rumors that you're... Well, the rumor about us, at least, has some truth to it. But the rumor that you're the father of at least one of Luella's children, that you're humiliating people and all that stuff, I don't think there's entirely truth to really any of those. At least not from what I've seen of you. I think, and pardon me if you just listen for a moment. Is that all right, Gwyn?
Yes. I'm interested in what you have to say, so please, take all the time you think you may need.
This whole event, from the very moment that you first treated me with kindness, I found myself fond of you. And at every turn, I've been told that's not the real Gwyn. But I've been chastened to find that real you. But I think for the first time, I want to know about the you that Skalm knew. The you that pushes for this perfect world. And what is it that you're really looking for? I feel I know you as a person, but there's this other side of you that remains a mystery to seemingly only me. Like there's two Gwyns. The one that's in front of me here, that I have chased and that I have developed this fondness for, and the one that would beat someone they used to call a friend nearly to death to achieve his goals. Can you tell me more about that, Gwyn?
Before I talk, I just want to clarify. I'm loath to admit it, but beating Skalm to such a degree was never to further my own goals. It was something more personal. But there's a belief that held in the far eastern reaches that we often have three faces. One is one that we show to the world. Another is who we reveal ourselves to be to our closest friends, family, loved ones. And finally, our third face, our truest reflection of who we are. I can't claim to know that. In my belief, a person's truest self is up to the viewer to decide. Just as how everyone decides that my true self must be that of a monster, of a treacherous, awful creature willing to do anything to achieve his goals. You two must decide what the truest me would be for you. This isn't the right timing to show everything, but I have not necessarily a feeling, but a hope that I'll be having a chance too soon.
Topaz kind of looks very closely at and listens to your words with tense concentration. And just sort of takes a deep sigh of just... Whenever you're ready for that, then. But there's one other thing that I have to ask.
Yes.
You speak often this perfect world. And I don't think I've ever actually heard what it is. I just hear the ideal and I followed that it would be perfect, but can you tell me that too?
When the time comes and I show myself to you, as your eyes glance up and down my scars, as your fingers trace along each and every cut upon my body, then you'll see the kind of world I would wish for.
One where those scars aren't necessary, I'm sure. I mean, I've heard stories of you crawling through the muck, but you don't... Is the perfect world where you fight tooth and nail for your happiness?
I said, Topaz, like I've been implying, the only thing that would do it more justice than my words is for when I can show you. All I ask is when the moment comes to find me.
Find you?
There's a certain event coming up, isn't there?
You'll be like this for your masquerade outfit.
All the romance out of it. Say it so plainly.
I
Yes.
apologize.
Was indulging myself, Topaz, but yes, in an event like that, when all can be laid bare through some idea of anonymity, I plan to show you if I find you.
Oh. Very well. I do. God. It's all so messy. And
I used to think that muck, messiness, misconduct, there wasn't any beauty to be found in it, but he walks up and then, if Topaz is willing, caresses Topaz's cheek with his hand.
you'd allow it.
Someone a little clumsy showed me that a gem can be found in any mess. My Topaz. Is there anything else Topaz would want to say, or like, am I good to cut it at that point?
I think they just, blush and look at you and just say, I hope that your perfect world is a kind one, where weak people like myself can find their happiness.
He doesn't say anything to that and continues to walk off.
All right. With that, unless there are any last minute late night addition to the activity list, we will call that an end for this in-game day. We move on to the next day. A new day dawns at Hollowlight Estate, and it's the day of the Masquerade. We'll begin by our usual routine, a reminder of the current rumors at play. First and foremost, Gwyn has many illegitimate children as implied by previous circulating rumors between him and Luella and his closeness with several others within Hollowlight. This is a scandal. Next, the relationship between Topaz and Gwyn has evolved from mere friendship into something of a romantic nature. The two were seen in each other's intimate company in the gardens at night. Next, Luella and Alto were seen having a nocturnal rendezvous in her room, so people speculate that she has found herself another rich and powerful man to ensnare. Next, Essie has already decided the victor of the trials, and they are not at Hollowlight. The trials are a mere sham to weed out those who are overly ambitious and lacking true love. Next, Dame Leonora isn't actually the master of ceremonies and someone else is pulling the strings behind the scenes. And next, due to his willingness to mentally harm the contestants in the third trial, and from Dame Leonora's perceived weakness, it is rumored that Essie is not actually a star at all, and is secretly a witch. And then we have a few fading rumors as well, including Gwyn rigging the trials, bending people to his will to make sure he comes out on top. By demonstrating his ability to humiliate his competition, people are questioning Gwyn's honorable persona. And Adora and Alta's lineage once again being called into question. People are debating if they have a claim to their throne at all. We have some changes in our reputation trackers. We've got some movement across the board. So Gwyn, we're going to start with you. You have, unfortunately, made it to the opposing end of the reputation spectrum. You have reached the -3 point, so with all manner of vile rumor surrounding you, now regarded by many as a manipulative rake, you are seen in long and close confidence with Captain Wild as well. And though society was willing to overlook your partnership with him for the thrill of sport and competition, people are unsettled by a man in your position having anything resembling friendship with a man such as Wild. So, at this point, I will ask you to choose a negative reputation tag.
I just got a couple things I want to say. First off, it's my birthday. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Secondly,
Happy birthday!
Secondly, I hit top 3, then I hit neg 3. That's gotta be unachievable. Thirdly, a term. Lots of terms have come up in the discussion of Gwyn, spoken by friends and foes alike, saying things like venomous, monstrous, threatening, fragile, and stuff. And one word comes through for all that for me. It is desperate.
Ooh.
His willingness to go so far in what should be an honored ground it can only mean desperation.
That's delightful. That's so good, because I feel like that ties in very well with the positive ambitious tag that you still have at your disposal. Very good. I like that a lot. Next, Topaz. You've bumped down as well, I'm afraid. You are now at a -1 reputation. You were seen strolling into Essie's room. And while this negative perception of you could be chalked up to mere jealousy, however, You were also heard inviting Damus into your own private quarters, a move that has shocked the nobles residing in Hollowlight. So, for the duration of this session, you will have advantage on insight, as people are going to be a bit more honest about their negative feelings towards you. And
What advantage on which? Sorry.
insight.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. And
I also...
Yes.
Sorry. Do I still have an advantage on deception checks?
You do not. You either get a tag or a boon, one way or another.
Maris.
Yes.
Real quick. For whatever reason, just now, at least on Discord, you're cutting out a little bit. If maybe you want lower the sensitivity a little bit.
Interesting.
I don't know why it started, but just flagging for.
How far back? Do you need me to repeat anything?
We got the gist of all of it. I just wanted to call it out before.
All right. But yeah, you still have your positive sincere reputation tag as well, Topaz.
Mm-hmm.
Oleander, in a surprising turn of events, you have you have reached the pinnacle of reputation right now. You are at the +3 reputation. You were seen in the reputable company of Parthenia Fernside, which has pleasantly surprised many people. They're pleased to see you put aside old differences with your fellow academic and seem to be letting bygones be bygones. So, please, pick a positive reputation tag.
Would adaptable be a positive reputation tag?
Adaptable or adaptable? Adaptable?
Adaptable.
Yeah, I would call that positive. Is that what you would like to choose?
Yes, because I kind of feel like, Oleander has been forced to, adapt and evolve to the situation, and I kind of feel like apologetic is not a tag everyone would know, so I feel like adaptable.
Yeah, I like adaptable. I like that. I would definitely consider that a positive attribute. All right. And Luella, you've unfortunately bumped down as well. You are now in neutral territory. No boons to be given either way. And, despite the rumors circulating around you and the manner of your salacious relationships with Gwyn and Alto, you still chose to have another nocturnal visit with the prince. And such disregard implies a blatant lack of care for your reputation. However, you do still have your positive, warm reputation tag.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions about rumors and reputations before I move on? Cool. No epistolary phase today, my friends. We are going to dive right into the next day's activities with one exception. I do have one letter that I would like to send out today. And this one goes to Oleander.
Yay!
Yay! So, Oleander, you receive a letter this morning, and its manner of delivery is starting to become familiar to you. A simple piece of paper folded in on itself to make a cute little envelope. This is the way that Essie sends his correspondences. And so you open this up, and within the folded up envelope, there is the actual letter itself and a separate loose page. The paper looks much older, and you kind of know just by the virtue of your profession, you instantly get the impression that this page is meant to be handled with care. This is a historical page of some sort. But the letter from Essie reads as follows. Mr. Oleander, upon further reflection of your last letter, I believe I may have stumbled upon something far more critical than I initially assumed. You asked me to search for my sister's diary, and while I've been unsuccessful in that endeavor, I did find a loose page, a secret note, perhaps, hidden away undisturbed in the pages of a book in Dame Leonora's library. As it was tucked away in an astronomy book, I presumed my sister to be the recipient. And at that point, you turn your attention to the second page, the older paper, worn with
Is it on?
age. What's that?
Gloves are on.
Yeah. It's worn with age, but it's well preserved. Clearly it's been pressed between pages of a book for a long time. And it just very simply says in very neat handwriting, I understand your decision. You will be safe with us at the capital. My heart will always belong to you. And then it's signed with just the letter C. The letter from Essie continues. I had presumed that the letter is from Cornelius, but as it was left between the pages, it is my assumption the letter remained unread. Why would he feel the need to secretly pass notes to Isolde if she had already chosen him? But after considering Prince Cyrus's unfortunate demise, well, men have certainly been killed for lesser reasons than jealousy. Wouldn't you agree? I'll say no more about it on paper, and I request that you keep this to yourself for now. I will relay these suspicions to the others after the conclusion of the masquerade. Essie.
He kind of like looks at the paper and for a moment he's like he considers putting it in the in his journal that he carries around, but no, he stashes it into the hidden compartment. Just because that's just something he doesn't want to have lying around. I mean, on him. And he just sends a thank you that he won't say anything at the moment, and that he will wait until after the masquerade to say anything.
All right. Very good. So, with that singular letter down, the epistolary phase is concluded. And we will move on to our day's activities. Before the masquerade, Luella, I believe you wish to arrange a little group meeting. How would you like to go about doing so?
I think that letters would be the standard way. So a letter to each of the guaranteed participants, asking to meet, say, in a secluded portion of the gardens.
All right. Who all are you sending that invite to?
That would be to Essie, Gwyn, and Oleander.
I believe there was a potential fourth person you wish to include in this.
If that happens, that will come a little bit after. I want to talk to those three first, and then potentially pull the fourth person in.
Very good. So let us say then that you do write a letter to all four of them, but perhaps different meeting times. So the fourth person will arrive later. Does that sound okay to you?
That works. Could also do fetch this person's servant.
True enough. We'll say, you arrange different meeting times, give you the opportunity to talk to everybody, and then include our fourth individual. So, Oleander, Gwyn, you receive this invitation from Luella to meet in the morning in the gardens. I presume that you all will be there accordingly.
Yeah, Oleander is just going to like crawl out of bed, just vaguely annoyed. My cushion was so soft.
All right, so the four of you, Essie included, meet in the gardens, and I think Essie will direct, kind of subtly, for you all to follow him into the hedge maze, which is kind of the truly only walled off private area in the gardens. And he'll kind of give you, Luella, a curious smile, a little, quirk of his eyebrow. Just, I was curious to receive your message, Miss Stalwix. What is the nature of this little gathering here?
I have acquired some rather interesting information, and we may yet get more if things go well.
Is that so?
Indeed.
Should we
I will
not
say-
gather the others, then, if it's so important?
I feel that the current group is the most immediately necessary for this information. The others we will also tell and acquire soon enough, I think. But there are some things to confirm before then.
So be it. I will trust your judgment in this, though I am very curious as to what information you've procured.
Well, firstly, as you may remember, you told me that there are two ways to gain immortality. The first, through acquiring the heart of the star in a appropriate and acceptable manner. And the second, in a more violent manner.
Indeed. Yes.
And just to clarify, would consuming the blood alone of a star allow one to acquire some level of immortality?
Kind of furrows his brows a little. I can't say I've ever had the pleasure of finding that out.
Well, then we can just assume that likely not. I would say, with information I have gathered from Damus, more kindly than previously, she glances at Oleander. Cassian had been regularly imbibing Damus's blood and apparently going through a rather significant shift in apparent age while doing so.
See.
And given that Damus has stumbled upon a stone, supposed to be a star, I'm curious, what happens to a star after their passing?
I presume you mean in the heavens or here on Earth?
If you have the information, would you be so kind as to elucidate us on both cases?
Well, I have yet to hear of a star dying peacefully on this planet. When they are killed, their hearts carved out, they die much like any other being. They rot and decompose, just like anything else. However, in the heavens, once a star has lived out its lifespan, there are a few things that can happen. It's difficult to explain. The star is gone, but its energy is not. It will become the essence of new stars, new life. It's a kind of immortality in its own way, I suppose.
And it must be under rather strange circumstances that one would land on Earth as a rock.
Indeed, that would be strange and unfortunate. Indeed.
But, that aside, we have what seems to be confirmation of someone who has, at some point in the last bit over 100 years, couple hundred, consumed the heart of a star and is looking to consume another. Secondarily, we have that person having given someone a crystal dagger and gotten them into this event with the royal seal. Meanwhile, we also have a strange knife, also with the royal seal, that is capable of killing a star, and rumors of a blade as well. Speaking of, I had the opportunity to speak to Prince Alto about the matter of his sword, without giving too much away, of course. And I am far from an expert on such matters, but I believe our good Oleander here has a good eye for such things, as well as you, Shining One. And I thought that it would be best that you all see it in person. I have invited Alto here as well. He should be arriving shortly. And Sir Gwyn, if you would be so kind as to aid in assuring that nothing goes wrong if my measure of Prince Alto being clueless and more of a patsy in this instance is incorrect.
Don't you worry, Luella. I've already been at the ready for one of our foolish plans. What's one more?
You invited Alto to speak with all of us.
Indeed.
Do you not think you would find it odd?
And did you say that he would find it odd?
I believe he would.
He likely would, though I only asked him to meet me in the garden.
And when he finds himself surrounded by others to interrogate him,
Who says it's an interrogation? I rather think of it as a interesting conversation with each other. After all, as I have said, thus far he seems rather unaware of the circumstances of his weapon, as well as seems entirely clear of malign intent. I could be wrong, but that is what Gwyn is here for.
Well, I certainly hope that your instincts are correct and we are not revealing any of our cards too soon.
And we need not give anything away. Treat it as a interesting tidbit that you have heard about, a rumor that his sword was of interesting make. Say that we were having a nice wager as to whether it was actually anything special or simply a fancy relic of times gone past.
And you would like me to direct the questioning, would you?
You are the one who has all of the information, and, well, you are the one who is seeking information.
Very well. I understand that well enough.
Oh, and I did bring some assistance with me.
Assistance.
She pulls out a couple bottles of wine and the appropriate glasses from her bag.
I will not be the one to inform you the time of day, Miss Stalwix, but I do believe that your methods might prove effective against the prince.
Can I look at the bottles? Do I get a vibe from the bottles? Can I?
Vibe check
I
the
see
bottles.
Yeah, I want to see if they're like magical in any way, or if they're just wine.
Yeah, give me a... If you're specifically wanting to see if they're magical, give me an Arcana check.
Come on, Arcana. Okay, that's a 15. That's
15.
fine.
I would definitely say that passes. Luella, are these magical bottles of wine, or are they just wine?
They are regular bottles of wine.
Regular bottles of wine, it would seem.
Oh, we're just gonna get him drunk, huh?
Or more accurately, one is a bottle of grape juice.
Fermented grape juice.
Not fermented, no. Just grape juice.
Just regular grape juice. We're gonna placebo
Luella's
effect
had
them.
No, that's for the people who don't want to drink, although Luella's not going to bring it up. She just wants to have that one. She's had enough for now.
Gotcha.
That was some unfortunate cropping on that image, whoever posted that.
All right. So at this point, I believe this is a good moment for Alto to arrive. Unless anyone else has anything else they want to say, real quick. All right. You hear footsteps approaching, and rounding the corner of the hedge maze is the prince himself, Prince Alto. And he kind of looks at... He notices Luella first, gives the startings of a smile, and then notices everyone else. And the smile turns a little more rehearsed. Ah. Miss Stalwix, I didn't realize that we were for company.
I do apologize for the surprise group meeting. I had already planned to have a chat with all of these fine people, and a little wager has come up. I do hope that is okay. I figured that it would be something along your interests.
Ah, well, you know my vices. Well, indeed, I do love a good wager. What is the nature of it?
Well, I must admit, there was ulterior motive in my examining of your sword the other evening. A little bit of a wager has popped up in this little group of ours that it was seen to be as something rather special during the trial of combat. But personally, I am of a mind that mayhaps it is special, yes, and that it has historical value and such things, but that it is largely a normal weapon.
He looks between the four of you, very confused, and at this point, Essie will chime in, just, well, you see, having witnessed the second trial myself and how you handle your blade, I've developed an interest, and we have here with us the experts in such matters. Gwyn also being a master of the blade, and Oleander being the expert in artifacts. I was wondering if you might settle this little dispute of ours. Ah,
Luella's pouring some wine and strategic grape juice.
I see. Well, I'd hate to disappoint you. See, if it would appease you all, I don't see the harm in it. And still with a air of confused curiosity about him, he will draw his rapier and hold it in front of himself to let you all get a closer inspection. And each of you see what Luella saw the previous night. It's a very beautifully made weapon. And it has this glimmering sheen to it. Not just the hilt and the handle, but along the blade as well. That almost gives it a unnatural appearance. This is definitely not a piece of steel.
Do I even have to roll, dear DM?
You know what? Give me a roll, but make it with advantage.
History?
Do it either a history or an arcana, whichever you prefer.
My history's +9.
19.
And you... Yeah, 19.
You've never seen anything quite like it. Crystal weaponry usually has distinctive colorations to it. Granted, crystals come in all shades and hues, right? But never have you seen a crystal dagger that had a sheen so similar to the color of steel. But upon closer inspection, really inspecting, looking at this blade, you are very confident this could be crystalline property.
I look over my shoulder and give a nod to Essie.
Well, I'm certainly satisfied. It certainly seems unique. Prince Alto, I believe you mentioned this is a generational piece, is it not? And he gives a very proud nod of his head. Yes, was my father's sword, his father's, and his father's before that. I'm the 4th generation to wield this sword.
Oleander's making thoughts.
Is that truly all that you required of me? If so, it didn't need to be in so private a location.
I thought it far better to be in a private location if one is, well, perhaps to the unknowing and those looking from outside, brandishing their weapon near a star.
Ah, I see. That makes good sense.
I do appreciate you showing up, though, and I think it only fair that you receive a portion of the winnings for this little wager.
I see. Certainly not necessary. I did not do anything but, show up.
But your showing up has solved a little dispute of ours, and is very appreciated. After all, why would I not make sure that a friend is well compensated for their kindness and willingness to put up with a strange request?
He gives a little smirk and sheathes his sword and takes the glass of wine from your hand, gives it a little sip, just... Well now, I think that is a pay I can certainly accept. Would you not all join me, since we're all gathered here?
May wish to keep my senses in check. There'll be plenty more drinking for me later tonight.
Ah, I see. Don't wish to get a head start on the revelries.
I'm not quite the pre-gamer you are.
I do live up to
well.
my name, the Prince of Debauchery. Well, in that case, I shall have to find drinking partners elsewhere. I bid you all a good day. I will see you tonight.
A good day to you, Prince.
And...
So that entire oh, sorry.
Nope, go ahead.
That entire time Gwyn was staying silent. I want an insight check in Alto. I want to see his. Was he suspicious of us in any way, or was he just thinking we're weird?
Yeah, give us an insight check.
As a 19.
19. You get the impression that he was a little weirded out by the sudden request, particularly since Luella had asked him about his sword last night. Now she's suddenly asking about it again. He seemed appeased at the explanation, but maybe not that he's entirely buying it 100%.
True.
Yeah. But he will look at each of you, give a bow of farewell, and exit the hedge maze. Well,
And so?
Indeed, so indeed.
I have never seen crystal look so much like steel.
It was certainly well disguised. Which...
And I rather think that if he had any malign intent, he would have been a lot more cautious just now.
I'm inclined to agree, although at the same time, if he had any suspicions, it would be better to play along for now, would it not?
Of course. But there are plenty of reasons he could have said no.
True enough, I suppose.
He plays the game a bit too well to know whether he is just pretending to be stupid or is actually oblivious to everything that's going on.
Regardless, he seemed appeased by our explanation. I see no reason to follow up on Alto, save making sure his blade stays sheathed around Essie, and making sure that his blade is within sight.
Indeed.
There are others who may know about its other properties, as we do.
And also, we now have 3 separate instances of a crystalline weapon being tied to the royal family.
And not only that, something so well disguised says something far more insidious, I think. And he kind of scrunches his face a little bit, as though it, like, pains him to think about it. This seems premeditated. The creation of such a thing.
Well, considering the amount of work it goes into making any weapon of crystal, it has to be, especially one that large. It's difficult enough to create a dagger out of crystal, much less a whole blade. And finding crystal that looks exactly like steel, that's no coincidence. That is premeditation.
It's so strange that the royal family, so supposedly historically targeted by witches and such, has the prime weapon for a witch. She drinks her full glass of grape juice.
Not just that, but for several generations. Passed down from father to son. Father to son.
And tell me, who won the heart of the last star?
That would be Cornelius.
Allegedly.
It almost makes you wonder if the heart was less won in the expected fashion, especially with other information.
Kind of bristles a little bit at that as he considers it. Well, much to think about. This was enlightening. Luella, I am sorry to have doubted you.
I can understand your doubts, but I thank you for indulging in my eccentricity, I will say.
I think, for now, let us enjoy ourselves. The Masquerade is meant to be a jovial event. It wouldn't do for a sizable group of us to seem out of sorts. So I ask you to clear your minds, if only for the evening, and we will regroup. Tomorrow, I will send word for each of you.
Understood.
Very good.
Understood.
Well, I will depart first then. I will, with luck, see each of you tonight.
Have a wonderful day, O shining star.
Give a little curtsy and head out on his way. Is there anything else you wish to say in the aftermath of this discovery?
Nothing from Luella.
All right.
It's been very pensive. Stay silent.
Well,
Oleander is also quiet.
with that, the day passes in a flurry of activity, people getting ready for the masquerade in their own, private rooms to keep their costumes and alter ego identities a secret. The hours pass. The sun begins to set, and the masquerade begins. People start to gather in the ballroom. Some people are also, kind of spreading out into the, the large, like, French doors are open. You can walk into the gardens if you like for a bit of fresh air. How this is going to work is I will describe, the room, all the notable characters, including your own, in no particular order. We're gonna roll initiative just for turn order's sake, and every round you are going to choose if you want to approach someone in particular, or if you want to have a random chance encounter and someone approaches you. After a moment's interaction of your choice, you can dance, chat, hang out at the food table, stroll through the gardens, slip away in a dark hall, whatever it is you would like to do. You are permitted a single chance to guess that other character's identity. Obviously, I'm going to ask each of you to not metagame too hard if you end up talking to another PC, so try to act accordingly to what you know only by what you've discovered within the single interaction. On a success, the character's disguise is dropped. On a failure, nothing happens and the interaction ends. The character you are interacting with will also have the opportunity to guess your identity as well. You can choose to interact with that character again, but society will view it as you having a distinct interest in that person. You can also choose to forego your turn to survey the room. I will say that doing this will give you a slight advantage on guessing identities because you are observing behaviors. But if you do this enough times, society will start to wonder why you don't want to talk to people and why people don't want to talk to you. I'm going to describe the list of characters in no particular order. So you can sort of choose who you'd like to interact with or, potentially have interact with you. There's quite a few. There's quite a few. So if at any point you need me to repeat this list of characters, that is a-okay. So I'm just gonna go down the line as you sort of mix and mingle, interact in this room. You see a beautiful ethereal elven woman dressed in a sheer prismatic gown, a portly vulpine man, like a fox guy with a puffy cravat and a golden suit, a sultry rabbit folk in a sleek red dress, a older halfling in bacchanalian attire crowned in green laurels, a flashy male peacock Aarakocra, dressed extravagantly with a flowing train of colorful tail feathers. There's a jet black werewolf in a meticulously tailored suit, a large, stern-looking hawk Aarakocra in a fine black suit, a young elven man regally dressed in a one-shouldered cape and doublet, a female tiefling with gilded horns dressed in a sari of rich colors and patterns, a tall, imposing knight. His head is covered by a plumed helmet. A tall, lanky figure draped in an oversized suit in layers of mismatching scarves. The fabrics cover its form entirely, so there's no sign of skin on their body. A sleek, spotted tabaxi with long, graceful limbs, wearing a black dress and a flowy sheer veil. A human man with long dark hair, finely dressed in a outdated but extravagant green velvet frock coat, a female plague doctor with a cold and commanding presence, a female Aasimar with gilded wings and a flowy trailing gown, a monochromatic jester wearing a Moretta mask. For reference, this is a style of featureless black mask. It kind of looks like a circle over one's face. A human man in a wide frock coat with a ceremonial sword on his hip, a trimmed tricorn hat atop his head, and a half mask covering his eyes. And looking around this room, you just see Essie, sort of strolling around, mixing and mingling. He's dressed in a exquisite white ball gown and a lace half mask. So, with that, I'm gonna ask you all to roll some initiative to see who gets to go first.
Not me.
It's
Probably
been
not me.
So long. How do I roll initiative again?
Open your sheet. There should be a section labeled initiative. Just click that button.
Okay, hold on. Where's my token?
Nope, you're good, you got it.
You're good.
I know Sif BRB'd, so I'm just gonna roll real quick on his behalf. Alright. Wow, some low rolls here. Oleander.
I thought we were all high rollers.
Yeah, for real. Oleander's gonna go first. Topaz second. Luella third. And Gwyn fourth. Okay. So, Oleander. What are we doing?
Oh man,
Do you wish to survey the room? Do you wish to approach somebody? Or do you wish to leave things to chance and someone approaches you?
I think I will leave things to chance by looking to be like one of those looking to be like a nervous girl first time at her like a court event.
Okay, alright. Sort of dainty and demure, a bit of a wallflower. Alright.
Yeah, let's see who I can get. Let's see the bait. Let's see who can catch the bait on the hook.
Sure. Actually, first and foremost, you're sort of, looking around the room, seeing who is trying to catch someone's eye and hoping that, they'll, who's going to be the first to approach you. And you make eye contact, with Essie. And Essie kind of gives you a little bit of a once-over, like eyes up and down, and with a little bit of a smile, sort of parts the proverbial, sea, and makes his way over to you, and gives you a very deep curtsy, and offers you his hand. Just, my, you look lovely tonight.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't expecting the attention of the stars so directly.
Why ever not?
Just I'm not used to these events. And she offers her hand.
I see. Well, allow me the honor of your first dance, then.
Oh my god, this man. Sure, I'm not very skilled in the ways of the dance, but I think I can adapt.
That's quite all right. Just let me lead. And he's going to lead you to the dance floor and start to dance with you. If you would be so kind as to give me a performance check to see how well you dance with him.
Oh no. I have a 1 in that.
14,
Okay, cool.
Not bad at all. So, following Essie's lead, he is guiding you through very basic steps. He definitely took your insistence that you're not much of a dancer and kind of went with that. So he's doing some very simple steps, something that, people can easily follow, and gives you a little smile. Now, I'm not sure I quite believe that you've never danced before.
Up on the moon, we don't do much of this. This is technically very much my first time.
Your first time dancing at all? You've never been to any other ball or masquerade?
No, I'm afraid up on the moon it's much more business, not a lot of nobles, you see. Oh, I totally forgot my manners. My name is Artemis.
Artemis. That is awfully fitting. And you grace your presence from the moon, you say?
Yeah.
Well, that makes us like family then, doesn't it?
You could say that.
And he'll continue guiding you in a few sweeping, increasingly, like a little bit more dramatic turns around the dance floor, and you notice that all eyes are on you in this moment. You got Essie's first dance, and people are wondering who the hell you are.
God, no.
and, and so he's going to just cast that classic smile of his and just... That's quite a distance to travel, I imagine, from the moon.
Yes, I came in a carriage, pulled by the rabbits.
Ah, I see. And what will you do now that you grace us with your presence for just these few short hours?
I am just here to enjoy my time like the ethereal snow.
Such a brief time. I am glad that you got to spend some of it with me.
She gives him a very, very small but kind of like delightful smile and looks at him and looks up at him with her clouded eyes because I think she's a tiny bit shorter than him.
How small are you in this form, out of curiosity?
5 feet.
Oh
if
yes, you
possible.
are. You are smaller than Essie in this moment. It's a very strange perspective for you.
I was so far opposite of Oleander.
But after a few turns, he's going to, the music starts to, the fade, the song ends, and he takes your hand and gives the knuckles just a very polite kiss. And, well, I suppose I should guess as to who you truly are.
I believe that's how this works, yes.
Demure. Lovely. Imaginative. I almost wonder if you might perhaps be one Topaz Stoneheart.
There's a light giggle and it's like, unfortunately, I'm not them.
Well, an honest mistake then. But thank you, nonetheless, for this first dance.
No, thank you.
The pleasure was all mine. Now,
She does a light curtsy as well.
I am sure that you will have many others interested in you now, so I leave you to it.
Thank you for your time.
Gives a very deep curtsy and starts to mingle his way back into the crowd. And that is your first encounter, Oleander.
I loved it, but also repercussions.
Next up, Topaz. What would you like to do on your turn?
So Charlotte Tinsel is essentially going to... I guess I should also explain to the audience that my character is the rabbit named Charlotte Tinsel. And they're going to essentially quickly, as quick as they can, go grab a glass of wine, and then just sort of, while positioned next to the wine, just start to sip it and wait for some person to notice their beauty and come over to talk to them.
It does not take long. You are a very stunning figure tonight. And you are quickly approached by a small, gaggle of people, just sort of talking to you, chatting you up. But there's one person in particular, that approaches you first and sort of makes his way, like, through the crowds and vying for your attention. And it's the peacock, Aarakocra. And sort of makes his way to you, gives you a very flourished bow, and looks up to you and just, well, you are very beautiful, if it's not so bold to say.
Well, thank you so very, very much. It's a pleasure to meet you and all of you here. Fawning over me is just truly all the pleasure I can imagine for such an event like this.
I'm sure I can speak for everyone here that the pleasure is entirely ours. But
She'll
if I-
extend her hand out to them to beckon them to kiss their knuckles.
he will do so. He'll take your hand, give you a light peck with his beak, and give you this sort of like half-lidded stare, and nods his head towards the ballroom floor. If I may, no one's been brave enough to ask you to dance. I wondered if I might be the first.
Bold. I like that. And they'll gesture their hand. Say, now are you the leading type or are you the following type?
How kind of you to ask. I prefer to lead.
Very well then. Lead on, my knight in shining armor.
And he will, escort you to the dance floor. The music swells once again. I would say, this is kind of happening adjacent to when Oleander was doing his dance. You can see, Essie on the dance floor, some other people on the dance floor as well. But this peacock definitely inches very close to you. Almost to the point that it's no longer proper, sort of skirting the boundaries there. But there seems to be, like, a look in his eye that's, like, silently asking, like, is this okay?
They'll like, trying to think of the nonverbal way, like beyond just nodding, of just giving a coy smile.
And with that, the two of you dance. And I will need a performance check from you as well, Topaz.
God, I'm so bad at this.
Nonsense. You had dancing lessons.
I know, I still have a +0 to it. That's a natural one.
No! Oh no!
In Topaz fashion.
Oh,
It always
no.
happens. The first impression. It's that one.
Alright, so here's what I envision happens. The peacock, in typical peacock fashion, tries to be very flashy and very flamboyant, and tries to do a series of spins, and you misstep. Your foot plants on his tail, and as he tries to turn, you actually manage to pluck some of the feathers out.
Oh my god.
And he kind of pauses and just looks at the floor and looks at you and just, did you mean to do that?
There's like a pause before they take the feathers and just sort of tuck one into the back of into their hair. Just said, I was really looking for this. A little favor of affection, perhaps?
Nice recovery. Nice recovery. The confusion kind of settles, and
Or are you not into pain?
there is a glint in this Aarakocra's eyes, and sort of shocked at first, but then, straightens himself out and he goes, well, I suppose that all depends on one's partner, doesn't it? And reaches his arm around you once more and resumes the dance. So, Charlotte, you said.
Mm-hmm.
Are you always so forward?
I certainly try to be. Often you can get the best insights into characters by making them squirm.
Ah, interesting. And you find enjoyment in this, the reading of people.
It certainly can be enjoyable, though when you're looking for information, often the quickest way to want a man's heart is through, well, I don't mean to be vulgar, but I think you know where my mind's going.
I see. Well, I must say you have me a little surprised, Miss Charlotte. I like to think of myself as a reader of people as well. Events like this are greatly intriguing to me in that regard. But you are a fascinating individual. I could almost eat you up.
You're gonna have to buy me dinner first for something like that.
I could certainly arrange that, should you wish it.
Plenty of money in your pockets?
Plenty indeed.
Enough to rule a kingdom?
Huh. Those would be steep pockets indeed.
True, but I like to set my sights quite high.
High enough to the heavens, perhaps.
Boy, wouldn't I love to take a look down at the world from all the way up there.
And after a few more turns, thankfully not plucking any more of his tail feathers, the song comes to an end. And at this point, I will have you make your guess as to who you believe this person is.
Now, maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions, but given everything I've heard about you, this is a bit of a surprise, isn't it, Captain Wild?
The peacock's smile kind of grows at that, just, oh dear. No. I'm afraid that is incorrect, my dear.
Then apologies for insinuating something different.
No apologies necessary, though I have to wonder if you might be one such infamous Prince of Debauchery, Alto.
Wrong on your end as well.
Shame. Well then, my apologies for the mistake. I enjoyed the dance, and you may keep the feathers as a token.
You're more than welcome to come back to talk later. It was a pleasure.
Indeed. Gives another very deep bow, and will blend into the crowd once more. All right, Luella, What would you like to do?
In great, unique fashion, stand there and give me a random one.
You got it. You got it. I think that as you survey the crowd, there is someone kind of circling the edges, the perimeter of the room, not unlike yourself. And it is the monochromatic jester. And they turn to look at you, kind of tilt their head, eyeing you up, seeing you not really engaging with anybody, approaches you. You can hear the little bells from the hat jingling as they approach. And they approach you, don't say anything, but very slowly extend a hand to you.
In turn, Luella does not say anything as well, standing there, holding their cane, looking imperiously down at the jester. Eventually, takes their hand.
And gives your hand, like, a little squeeze. You're not sure who it's trying to affirm, themselves or you. And they ever so slowly lead you onto the dance floor. And as they begin to dance, the music starts to swell. I will in turn ask you for a performance check.
Let's see how this goes.
22. This person, this jester, clearly was trying to take the initiative to guide you and lead you. Your expertise flips the script, and you quickly start to realize that this jester, the dancing is kind of comical. And it's not just because they're in a little, like, black and white jester outfit and the little bells are, like, jingling. This person seems to have a distinct discomfort with dancing, but is doing so nonetheless. And you are sort of taking the lead to make it not quite so obvious to a spectator's eye. But they don't say anything. They just kind of eye you and, you know, occasionally look in your direction and don't say anything.
Luella's going to let the dance go for a good long while until clearly the song is starting to wrap up. And is going to lean in as it starts to wind down, get very, very close to their ear. You should have brought more confidence with you, ye of shining blood. And then will gracefully disengage from the dance with a flourish, retrieve their cane, and tap their way away.
But you don't say a name?
I don't say a name.
Interesting. Okay. You leave the jester on the dance floor at the conclusion of the song, and they seem kind of perplexed, if their silent body language is anything to go off of. But they will meander off the dance floor as well, and with that, your turn is concluded. Gwen, It is your turn. Would you like to approach someone specific, be approached by someone random, or survey the room?
I would want to survey the room, and I want to go off that because of Topaz's natural 1 in performance. Could I roll insight
You know
on
what?
the
Yeah.
Topaz signature clumsy?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
yeah. We'll use your turn to survey. Looking
Okay, gotcha.
particularly at this sultry rabbit woman.
Mhm.
Go ahead and make
That
that
is
roll.
a
19.
19.
Yeah, you're feeling pretty confident that in classic Topaz fashion, they have fumbled and recovered.
Just gonna note that for later. The night is still young. I think I will continue surveying the room, simply because Gwyn's appearance right now is rather unnerving.
Yeah, are you looking for anything particular outside of Charlotte, or just kind of taking in the spectacle of the room?
I wanted to ask. I just have Ares' notes on, like the series you mentioned. Essie is just Essie, right?
Yeah, Essie's just walking around.
Okay.
Unless
all
someone
right.
else is being Essie.
Bum bum bum. Nah, Essie's
And this
he's just walking around in a big poofy white ball gown, kind of like Labyrinth, like that sort of white ball gown with like a white lace half mask over his eyes.
I see. I'm surveying the room. I particularly, aside from the Topaz fumble, would like to see if Essie is seeking out anyone in particular.
Yeah, you see that Essie dances with what you know to be Oleander, because you've seen his disguise before. So you see Essie dancing with Oleander, and other than that, he's kind of just meandering around the room, kind of enjoying being the pseudo center of attention. Although a lot of eyes are also on Charlotte as well, with this very flashy peacock. And he's not really seeming to have his sights set on any one person in particular. He's definitely kind of scanning the room, and honestly kind of a very similar way to you, although rather than being a wallflower, he's doing so by moving about throughout the room, taking it all in.
Gotcha.
All right. Oleander, we're back to you.
How many people have like approached me? How many people are interested in Artemis right
I
now?
would say after dancing with Essie, there's a lot of people who are looking at you. Not a lot of people seem gung-ho about approaching you. They're kind of eyeing you with a very distinct air of jealousy. Generally speaking. So with that in mind, do you wait for someone to approach you, or do you approach someone in particular?
Hold on.
Or do you survey the room?
You know what? I'm moon themed, and there's a black werewolf. Let me approach the black werewolf.
Oh,
Let's see.
excellent. You approach this very large jet black werewolf, and the fur is like very, sleek and like well combed. This werewolf probably looks like he went through like 10 bottles of conditioner, and just in a very meticulously tailored suit to fit that wolf form very well. Definitely beating the like split pant werewolf stereotype here. And how would you like to approach him?
I would just like to go up to him and say, hello, fellow captive of the moon.
He'll look at
How
you, and
Fine Masquerade.
he'll look at you and give that frankly, large wolfish smile and extend a clawed hand to you. Just, I find it very well. Thank you. You
I will
are,
offer my hand.
you are charming. The one dancing with Essie, correct?
Yes, I didn't know I had it in me.
Ah, well, you certainly did, and caught the attentions of many people, myself included.
I didn't mean to do that. It's a little embarrassing,
No.
to say the least.
Is this not the opportune time to indulge in the greater fantasies? Surely it must be a great honor to dance with the star.
That's quite true. First dance of the evening. I'm just very new to all this.
Ah. Have you not been to a masquerade before?
No. We don't have this up on the moon.
I see. Well, let me make the most of this opportunity and show you how delightful they can be. And he'll extend an arm to you, like the crook of his elbow, for you to take it.
I'll take it. I'll take this hunky werewolf man.
He will ask you, I know that you just had a dance with the star, and granted, I'm infinitely lesser company. Would you prefer a dance, or other methods of entertainment?
If you wish to dance, then I will take the dance.
Very good. And he'll escort you to the dance floor. I think at this point we can say that you see the jester and the plague doctor kind of awkwardly dancing together as well, amongst the others around you. And I'm gonna say, make me another performance check. I will let you do it with advantage this time, now that you've kind of gotten your bearings and you've done a dance before.
Come on, 15.
15, very good. So this as you said, hunky werewolf is kind of expertly leading you. It seems very apparent that he has danced before, and his new wolfish form doesn't seem to be impeding him at all. These are moves that he has done a million times, and he's very comfortable with it, very familiar with it, leading you in a very grand kind of waltz. So, the moon. Tell me about it.
Oh, it's so wonderful. They don't tell you about, but there's these beaches. Long, silvery, glittery beaches, and there's this snowy sea. They don't talk about a lot, but it's so beautiful, and it's a little lonely. A little lonely. There's not a lot of people up there, but I have the rabbits. I have my parents.
It sounds lovely. I don't get the chance to travel much myself. Even if it were only a fantasy, I would love to see those foreign shores of yours.
Maybe one day I can take you up there.
I would be delighted with you as my guide. I would certainly be happy with anything so lovely as you upon my arm.
Very polite, most girlish giggle ever.
Perhaps then, I could show you the wonders of this world as well.
That'd be grand.
There are many fine things to visit and explore in the capital. Fine theaters, restaurants, other balls of much larger, grander scale.
Do you
Surely.
think I could do well there?
Absolutely. Why, look how light you are on your feet. The absolute perfect dance partner. And after...
Thank you. You're
Yeah,
very kind.
kind. Not a lot of people use that descriptor for me. But coming from you, it is the highest of praise. So after a few more turns, the song ends, and I will ask you now, who do you believe this is?
I couldn't dare to guess. It feels so rude after such a fantastical dance to guess at your identity.
Ah, this is part of the fun, though. I shan't be offended if you guess incorrectly.
Would you happen to be... I'm going to on purposely get this wrong. Would you happen to be...
You can make an honest guess. It's
Also?
it's cool.
You want me to make the honest guess?
Yeah. if you go with your gut instinct.
Okay, I take back the pencil to guess. Would you happen to be the famed Captain Wild?
That grin grows even more, and he lets out a bark of a laugh. Oh, that is... I take it all back. That is the highest of praise. That was a delightful guess, my dear. But the illusion still stands. He's still a werewolf.
Oh, damn. That wasn't in character.
As for you... It is difficult to say, but from your demeanor, the elegance of your footwork, I might have to guess that you are one Miss Cordelia Lockhart.
Why, such high praise from everyone tonight. I'm afraid the snow is still on the moon.
You have fooled me completely. Well, I'm utterly charmed nonetheless. So, enjoy the rest of your evening. But should you wish to dance again, you'll find me more than agreeable.
It was a pleasure dancing with you.
He'll give you a polite bow and head on out. Two of you will part ways.
Return a curtsy. Go try and not to be conspicuous for the next 2 minutes.
Topaz,
Gee.
what would you like to do?
Can I ask a sort of double-sided a question in regards to what I want to do?
Sure.
So I imagine Topaz, after leaving whoever they were with, goes back to kind of their standard position with still some folks kind of surrounding them. If there were to be 2 or 3 of the people on this list talking to them, who would they be?
Oh,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so just like chit-chatting, talking to you,
Mhm.
I would say the people who would be the most interested are probably the large fox with the cravat and the golden suit. I would also toss in the tall, imposing knight with a plumed helmet. And we will toss in as well the female tiefling with gilded horns.
Okay. I think while acting as Charlotte they'll probably kind of just say, "Now, as much as it charms me to have all of your attention, I would like to get to know you all a bit better in a more personal basis. So, Fox, would you mind taking a little step away out into some fresh air?"
Oh, of course, certainly, yes. And he'll clear his throat and adjust his cravat and offer you a arm to walk with him. I must say, I'm most honored by this invitation.
Mhm. Well, considering you're choosing to fancy me and go after me instead of the star, I just...
Well, you see, of course everybody would have their eyes on the star. So far out of reach for some people. I myself look to a more realistic future.
Of course.
Although, that is not to say that you aren't a utter vision of loveliness yourself.
Charming too.
I certainly try to be. I like to pay such little compliments here and there. All true, though, I assure you.
Of course, of course. Well, my fine gentleman, what brings you to this lovely event that we find ourselves in?
Oh, I love a good masquerade. It's good for stimulating the senses, taking it all in, the flurries of exotic fabrics and perfumed air and the music, the dancing, the food. It's all such a lavish spectacle. I absolutely adore it. And he is actually gonna go like on a tangent. Like he is going to just like yap away and quite frankly forget to even like ask you anything. He clearly is enjoying the sound of his own voice. As this guy is yapping away, you actually hear someone approaching you. And it is, you hear this voice, soft and light, and you hear, "Pardon me, but may I cut in?" And you turn and
By
you
all
see...
means.
It is the young elven man, the one with the doublet and the one-shouldered cape. I'm terribly sorry, sir, but I do believe you're boring the poor woman out of her wits, so I'm sure you wouldn't mind if I took her from you, would you? Well, now, see here, I was talking to the lady first.
Cecil, you can drop the act.
Poof, the spell is dissipated and you have correctly identified poor Cecil Wrotsley. Back to his red Aarakocra macaw form. I didn't realize I was so obvious. And he'll just kind of waddle away disappointed.
If it helps, talking about your business in character, that's just poor thought.
Oh, well, I shall strive to do better next time. And he'll look utterly disappointed and head back inside. But this young man, this elf man, gives you a very dashing smile and just, now then, I don't presume to know when a lady is in need of rescue, but you didn't look like you were enjoying yourself.
To be completely frank, I like to lead people on in many ways, but that was not a conversation I wanted to indulge in any longer, so you had a perfectly fine read on that.
Oh, very good. I don't presume that I might be able to lure you back inside for a dance.
For a dance?
Or we could dance out here. You can still hear the music, but not nearly so crowded.
Let them watch. We'll have a dance here.
Delighted. He'll give a sweeping bow, a little flourish of his cape, and give you his hand. Just, now then, would you prefer to lead, or would you rather me to lead?
I'd love to see what you're capable of, dear.
I hope I don't disappoint then. And he will scooch in a little closer, put an arm at your waist, and it's a little bit of awkward positioning. He is, a little bit taller than you. But he tries to, you could tell he's maneuvering in a way that he wants to be close, but not uncomfortably so. And takes your other hand in his and starts to lead you in a very simple waltz-like motion, but kind of more so like a gentle sway to the beat of the rhythm of the music that you can hear coming from the ballroom. You say you like to lead people on, do you?
When they're of use to me.
Often?
Well, I have my own agendas, my own goals. And when I think that someone could easily break, given a few words of encouragement, I'll lead it all. I'll see what they're like when their pants are down.
He kind of flusters at that. Like, his cheeks go a little pink. My word, you are awfully forward.
Most men like it that way.
I suppose they do. Although I frankly don't give much consideration to most men. I think, like you, I consider myself a very selfish individual.
Hmm? How so?
Well, when I see something or someone I want, I do my utmost to go after them. But I find that such selfishness doesn't often go rewarded.
I must admit, you have me vexed as to who you could possibly be.
Is that so? I'm pleased then.
Any of the men that I think you could be, you just don't quite fit into that.
Ah. Others have said the same thing about me. Oftentimes, I am not what people expect. And I work very hard to remain that way.
Is that so, Princess Adora?
Kind of tilts his head and gives a little secretive, pleased smile. No, I'm not the princess. Though, I suppose that is a great honor in itself. That you would think so highly of me.
I do. I like it when people play their cards close to the chest.
I will bear that in mind in the future. And he'll take your hand, give your knuckles a little kiss, and kind of tilt his head at you. And is daring enough, if you permit it, to lean forward and give your cheek a little kiss.
They would allow it.
I believe I know who you are.
Is that so?
Yes. But I will not
Then
spoil.
please.
I will not spoil your fun. Please, enjoy your night. You dance remarkably
Yes.
well.
I think I know. But I've had my chance.
Gives you a big smile and another flourishing bow, and makes his way back into the ballroom. Luella.
Hello.
What would you like to do?
There is a certain stern Aarakocra in a black suit.
There is indeed a large, broad-shouldered Aarakocra, kind of fashioned to, like, coloring, looks very similar to, like, a brown golden hawk, and is just surveying the room with, you know, quite frankly, a hawk-like gaze. And you wish to approach them.
A perfect person. Yes, a perfect person to approach.
Indeed, indeed. How do you do so?
I do so by walking up next to them, standing overlooking the crowd as they are. Quite a strange event, don't you think?
Kind of looks at you, that those golden eyes flick towards you very quickly, eyes you up and down, assesses you, goes back to surveying the room. Indeed. Doesn't
So
say anything
strange,
beyond
and-
that.
So strange that it would in fact seem that you are not one who wants to be here.
Those eyes flick to you again. Suppose that much is obvious. And
I
yet,
don't remember reading any rules that say we have to remain here.
true, but... And he kind of pauses, looks at you again, gives a little shrug. It's not the worst.
Not the worst.
If you're looking for conversation or dancing or whatever it is that people do, you might want to try someone else, lady.
Oh, you're such a bore, Skull.
Poof, that that disguise is gone. He looks so unamused and just shrugs.
It seems that you have your freedom for the night.
You would think that.
Oh, did your master put the leash on you?
For the time being.
Well, when the festivities are over, if you are unleashed then, if you would like to try a different kind of collaring, do call.
Just stares at you for a moment, like, not flustered, but just kind of balking that you just said that so easily to him. Crosses his arms over his chest, averts his eyes, continues to pretend to survey the room.
Toodaloo.
I will say, since that one was so quick, if you want to go again, that's perfectly fine.
Oh gosh, who would I go for? You cut out a little bit for one of them. Lanky figure in scarves? Question mark.
Yes, a tall, lanky figure draped in an oversized suit and layers of mismatching scarves.
Can I approach them?
You absolutely can. And that is where I will pass the torch. Because that is, in fact, Civ, you can hop in whenever.
That's me. All spooky looking in the corner, all scary looking. How do you approach me?
I approach very straightforward, very a little bit of swagger in the step, the tapping of a wooden cane. And how do you do? Are you meant to be a rainbow?
Wait, Maris, did you describe my mask too, or no?
You know, I did not describe the mask in any great detail, so go ahead and expand upon that.
All right, so so it's it is a large mask, pentagonal shape, like this rippling pattern of lines and splashes of color between the ripples, like blood. All it covers pretty much the entire face except for one eye, which has a sliver of white wrapped in gold embroidery. And then the actual person is this tall, lanky, sort of like Slendermanish build figure with black feathers wherever the cloth does not cover, with horns protruding out in various strange places. And yeah, big oversized suit on top, and the only colors that are on him are from the various like misshapen scarves, as if he was just splashed with paint.
Yeah, so the introduction would have been the same.
I am well. How are you this evening?
Doing well enough when I am not being bored by those who don't want to play along. Do you want to play along?
It would depend on the game.
I believe the game was laid out before all of us, and frankly, there are many ways that you could spice it up.
A dance, then.
That would be one way, yes. Tell me, do you want to take charge, or shall I?
I want to insight check to see if Luella leans one way or the other. I'm trying to get a sniff test here. That's a 15.
15.
Leans one way or the other in what way?
Leading
Wait, wait.
or being led.
What kind of answer are you hoping to get?
This person is giving off a very much like, I'm going to be in charge regardless kind of energy.
By all means, take the lead for as long as you can.
Interesting. She holds out her hands, ready to begin a dance.
Give me some performance checks, the both of you, as you head onto the dance floor.
Cool.
Oh, all right. So
Twinsies.
here's the thing: both of you are so used to leading, that it's almost like a fight for dominance on the dance floor. Even though the tall, lanky figure said, "By all means, lead," it is so just ingrained in you to do the leading that you are trying to do so anyway. And so is this plague doctor. She is also very much doing what she naturally does and trying to lead. And so it ends up becoming like less of a dance and more like you're trying to avoid trotting on each other's feet.
Actually, could I give a reason for why I would be off?
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping for a low roll. I want Gwyn to have been more focused on his intimidating perception and like so distracted about looking around the room, seeing how people react to this like sort of like attempted monstrous form he's put on.
Yeah, I mean, if you're asking how people are responding to your disguised appearance, there's definitely a air of curiosity, not quite so much like disgust, because if there is any night to get away with the grotesque and the monstrous, a masquerade is a very good time to do so. So it's not really so much as like a ew, look at that guy, but just more of a curiosity, like, huh, I wonder who it is who would be so bold as to disguise themselves this way.
Gotcha. Apologies, I was distracted, Ares.
No, you're good. You know, there are easier ways to be getting me to fall for you.
I have no intention on making you fall for me. I played the game. We did our dance. Have you gleamed as to who I could be?
Another one who doesn't want to play the game. How boring.
I never said that. I said that. The game's to guess at each other, right?
Yes, but where's your revelry? Where's the fun that you could be having alongside?
My mind is both elsewhere and painted across my form. My words are mere accessories to the performance I bear before you. But do tell, what words would you wish to unearth here?
I'm upset. As out of character, I am upset. Because
Why?
what you just said would have tipped Luella off as to who it was. Because someone who speaks so fancily and someone who sees themselves as a monster.
Hey, hold on.
Like,
I don't think the fancy's a tip-off, given all Maris has used the same fancy accent for, like, most of the characters tonight.
yes, but it's the word choice as well as, again, the painting yourself as a monster.
I will
Literally.
say, you don't necessarily have to guess.
I know. I'm trying to balance, like, keeping it fun and everything, and also what would Luella do?
I also don't think the monster thing is much of a tip-off, because, like, to the extent of what I've intended, Gwyn has really only shown remorse for those rumors to, like, Topaz and arguably Lapis. So I'm just a little confused.
No, he's shown a lot of, like, self-referential, not despise, but something along those lines, during his usual ambitious speeches. But I think regardless, in this instance, for someone who doesn't want to have any fun alongside the basic game laid out before us, I think I'm going to force you to stick along with it for a bit longer. I will make no guess. Though, you're welcome to try if you think that you have one for who I might be.
Remind me of one who deals in favors. So in kind with yours, I will hold my tongue.
And let us depart and find our fun elsewhere.
All right. The two of you part ways. You exit the dance floor, and Gwen, it is your turn once again. What would you like to do?
I'm not sure. I'm still a little, like, head frozen from that. Yeah, I'm sorry, Maris. I'm drawing a blank right now.
That's all right. Do you want someone to randomly approach you then?
Actually, I think, is Essie being... I know people are drawn to him naturally because it's Essie, but is he being swarmed right now?
Swarm is a very strong descriptor,
Yeah.
but as the night goes on and Essie's had a few dances, people are starting to get a little more daring, because it was, you know, a little intimidating to be like the first to ask Essie to dance. But sort of now that you know, social bar has been broken, people are a little more forthcoming and like wanting to dance with Essie. Essie's if this were proper Regency era, Essie's dance card is quickly getting filled. And he definitely seems to have some difficulty turning people away.
Okay, I'm going to approach Essie in much the same manner Gwyn did that very first night they met. Offering to lead Essie around the room so that he may safely interact with everyone in a manner that he seeks.
Yeah, he will see you approach, and what would you like to say to him in this introductory moment?
As I walk up to him, Gwyn, in that same posture he did all those days, says, "Does the star require an escort for a moment's reprieve to safely walk around?"
He'll look at you kind of curiously, but there's an obvious kind of sign of relief on his facial expressions. Oh. Yes. Thank you. I would appreciate that. A turn about the room, perhaps.
Yes.
Thank you.
A turn.
And he'll sort of, even without any prompting from you, kind of instinctively wrap his arm within yours. And as you lead him to the perimeter of the room, he kind of gives this deep exhale. Oh, I must admit you've come to my rescue. I was starting to get a little
Always.
flustered.
Always. Regardless of the situation, my blade will be at your side.
Is that so? Gives a bit of a knowing smile. Oh,
I can see the gears turn in your head, but I hope you don't wish to ruin the fun for me all too quickly.
no, of course not. Far be it from me to ruin your evening. I'm sure there are many others who are equally as intrigued by your choice of appearance tonight.
Fear may be a tad obvious to those closer, but I suppose that's the point of this game.
Indeed.
I sought to speak to you in this all but short moment. I plan, I aspire, I hope show Topaz what I showed you during our last trial.
Oh?
I don't know what the real me is to you, who you would like to see when you look upon me, of which of my many forms you think of when my name comes to mind. But I hope when Topaz has decided upon what he sees in me, it'll be one amicable, the one you have in mind.
You seem to take great pains to conform yourself to the ideals of those around you. Would it not be easier to discover yourself for yourself?
Choice is a luxury few can afford in this world. Most of us must take the part we've been dealt and make the most of it. Whatever role the others see in me, I must use. I lack that oh so beautiful strength you and Topaz share in proudly claiming who or what you are in pursuit of your dreams.
I never thought that I would hear you say that you, of all people, are not strong.
People wish for things because they recognize they are missing something. And so it could be said that the weakest among us carry the greatest of wishes and ambitions of all.
I suppose I can agree with that to a certain extent. I do, however, think that it is a choice who you wish to be, but it is not one that others can decide for you. I do hope that, in time, you will agree with me.
Maybe. Or perhaps my wish will come true. I can have a world where that choice can come freely for everyone.
It is a nice wish. I hope it comes true. I will
Any,
not... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, God. I imagine Essie would think that that Gwyn would say something like flirty here, like, oh, well, that's entirely within your possibility, but Gwyn simply says in this most honest of moments, thank you.
What for?
Not many can claim that a star would be hopeful for another's wish. And I've come to value your words quite heavily.
He gives a very soft smile. I'm glad to hear you say so. I will... As I've said, I will not speak your name. I think you have many more opportunities for levity tonight. Please, do not let me hold you back from them.
Thank you, my dear Essie. And he'll gently let him go at the end of the roundabout.
Gives you a smile and a little wave in farewell, before he turns back and re-enters the crowds of people, but he seems a little more revitalized now that he's had a moment to breathe and talk with you. All right. I think we're going to do one more round, if that's all right with everybody. Oleander,
Yeah.
what would you like to do?
I do know you said that someone is here that I could go talk to, but considering what just happened with Luella a few minutes earlier, I'm not sure if I need to do that anymore. You know what? I'll still look for them. I'll still look for,
Now, I will say this. You do not know he is here. You, the character, do not know he is here.
Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Let's see. Then I would like to... I don't know if he's here. And quite frankly, I don't think he would be, so... You know what? Send another rando at me.
Sure.
Send another rando at me.
Sure. Let's see. What have I got to throw at you? I think you're going to be approached by the female tiefling with gilded horns, intricately braided hair, dressed in a sari of rich colors and patterns. She's going to approach you and give you a very deep bow and look up at you with this big, fangy grin and just, well, you've certainly been quite the feast for the eyes around this room. Many people have been eyeing you up, wondering who you are.
And I take it you would like to take your guess as well?
I would like the opportunity to do so. I see that you've had several dance partners already. Would you prefer a turn about the room? Or the gardens, perhaps?
I like to go into the gardens, if you'd like. I like to look up at the moon. My
Very
home.
good. Well, follow me, and she will kind of brazenly take your hand in hers, like kind of without asking, and lead you from the ballroom to the gardens with a cheery pep in her step. Wow.
You seem quite excited.
Oh, how could I not be? It's been such a delightful evening. I've had a lot of fun dancing and talking and just I don't get much opportunity to experience something like this, especially not with so many. And she kind of flushes a little bit. Pretty individuals.
Anyone who's caught your eye in particular?
She kind of continues to color and turns her gaze back to the ballroom, and you kind of notice that her eyes scan the crowd through the large French doors and latch onto the female Aasimar with the gilded wings. She is just, you'll pardon the expression, just divine.
I can see that. She kind of reminds me of the sun in a way.
My thoughts exactly. Though I wouldn't have been able to put it in such a poetic way.
Poetry is one of the things I am learned in.
Is that so? You are skilled with words?
A little. Enough that a princess needs to be.
Princess. Interesting. I had assumed that there's really only one princess in the room with us, but frankly, you don't strike me as her. Unless she's a much better actor than I anticipated.
Sometimes these events can bring out the fun in people. People who can take on a new form.
I'm enjoying this one myself, and she'll give a little twirl, and the fabrics of her sari flutter a little bit. It'll almost be a shame to give it up.
You don't have to if you don't want to. Though I presume you might have something even prettier on under that.
I don't know about that, but, maybe. Anyway, what about you? You've had a few dances. People are definitely taking a shine to you. Is there anyone in that room who catches your interest?
I don't think I have found the person to eclipse yet.
No? No one at all?
There is someone, but I think I think I'd be giving away who I am if I said who.
Oh, I see. You know their disguise, then?
No, I'm just,
You haven't discovered them yet. Let me help you. What are they like? Use broad terms if you have to. I don't want to spoil your fun. Let me help you uncover this.
He reminds me of oh man. Oh man, I know who this is, but maybe the magic is in me finding them.
Sure. No, of course. You should find them yourself.
Thank you, though.
Of course.
Do you want me to guess who you are?
She kind of stands a little taller, looking very sure of herself. Yes, give it your best guess.
Is that you, Lapis Stoneheart?
Oh, and poof, the disguise is gone. Oh. Damn, I thought for sure it wasn't that obvious, but... That was a good guess.
Thank you for the help, though.
Of course. Though...
Would you like to guess who I am?
I must admit, you've got me right stumped. I feel like... You're putting on an act, of course. But something that not a lot of people would know. A story. A character. You're educated. I wonder... It's hard to say. Someone educated, but I can't exactly see who I'm thinking of performing the wilted flower like you can. Unless I'm not quite as good as I think I am at reading people. Probably not. But
you don't have to guess if you don't want to. Maybe leave it for the unveiling?
Right. Yes, I think I will. I'll spare myself the embarrassment if I guess incorrectly.
What is Lapis wearing? I must know.
We
all must know.
What is she wearing?
Yes.
It is like the biggest, pinkest monstrosity of a dress. Very much like, what's her name? Lottie in Princess and the Frog at her masquerade. Like just this giant pink ball gown.
You look lovely yourself tonight.
Thank you. My sibling helped me with the dress.
I have heard great many things about your sibling. I'm sure they are quite proud of you tonight.
She gives a big smile at that and gives a curtsy and just thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening.
You as well.
And I meant what I said. You are really lovely. Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
She'll scurry on back into the ballroom. Topaz, what would you like to do?
I think Topaz is going to, after coming back in from the outside and just kind of like continuing to socialize with people for minutes on end, putting on this act, is just going to take a brief second to step out, excuse herself, and see Essie kind of just coming back from the time with the gentleman or the scarfed creature,
Mm-hmm.
and is just going to probably try and tap Essie on the back of the shoulder and just say, could I perhaps make your acquaintance before we both find ourselves surrounded once more?
Huh. Why, of course. I think we could make quite a pair, you and I. I think the others will be most envious.
Having all the eyes on us, watching our every move.
You enjoy the attention, then?
It is quite fun, isn't it?
It can be. Well,
And I want to note that, like, while kind of doing this, that Charlotte's hands are like a little bit unsteady. Not that much, not like Topaz level, but a little bit. But either way, I'm wondering if it might be more of a tease to not dance yet. And just make sure that everybody just sees us as we just walk about. Let
well,
them longingly gaze.
well. How about a spot of refreshment, then?
Please, by all means.
Can I tempt you with a glass of something?
Oh, my last glass just emptied, so it would be perfect timing.
Excellent. Please, walk with me.
And they'll extend their arm for Essie to take.
Essie will take it, looking pretty pleased with himself, and walk you over to the long table with, refreshments and food. The staff are handing out drinks as requested, and Essie will pick up 2 glasses of champagne and hand you one of the flutes and give you a little clink, a little toast.
Mhm.
Well, to the 2 bells of the ball.
Indeed. And they'll just take a quick sip and just. I want to note as well that Charlotte is like 4'5".
Small.
So very small. And just say, have you been enjoying yourself?
Tremendously. I think with an air of anonymity, people are a little more honest, interestingly enough.
Is that so?
I think people are showing a touch more of their true natures than they think they are.
Sort of like doing things in the dark.
Just so.
People more willing to show who they are when they feel like they don't have the repercussions that a true identity would entail.
Exactly. So what can I glean from you? Someone who is so brazenly seeking the attention of others. Someone who enjoys the limelight. I have to wonder if it's something you are not used to experiencing.
You wound me.
I mean no disrespect, of course, but what is a masquerade if not an opportunity to become something you're not?
It is quite enticing, isn't it? To truly let yourself experience life through the eyes of another.
Indeed. And how are you faring the evening through these fresh eyes?
They hesitate for a bit and just say, well, it is certainly enlightening how much more attention people pay you when you're a promiscuous little thing.
Ah, indeed. I hope you're not too discomforted by the attention. It can be overwhelming.
I fear you're seeing right through me.
Oh?
Maybe, perhaps, I just find it hard to be dishonest with you.
Is that so? Then, is that to say that your persona is not particularly the most honest representation of yourself?
It's a persona that I find indulgent to recreate and to act, but one that perhaps is something I could use a bit more experience. Well, figuring out how the other half lives, not in the way of rich, but in the way of perception.
I see. So, someone who is not typically so extroverted, one might say.
Well, I love to be a catch, but it is a bit different.
Curious.
It has been fun tying ropes around these men and dragging them around and seeing how they oogle and ogle, but by God, does it get a little bit tiring.
My goodness. That is a interesting piece of honesty to divulge. I'm glad you're having fun, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yet, will you be relieved to take off the mask at the end of the night?
Perhaps. It is indeed. Not one that I think I'd choose to wear again, having had the experience.
Ah. Leading circles around men is not as fun as you anticipated?
Well, maybe not necessarily that, but it's more so just putting up the act.
Better to be
Putting up-
honest, then.
You can say it.
Well, there are so few that I know who could be so forthcomingly and refreshingly honest. Dare I speak your name and ruin the spectacle?
Essie, there is so much more of a spectacle waiting underneath this mask.
Is that so?
And if I couldn't ask you for a dance?
I would be delighted. Topaz Stoneheart.
Mask drops. And as it does, Topaz essentially grows a foot and a half at least. And what you see there in the place of Charlotte Tinsel is essentially just this extraordinarily shiny silver overcoat with a black underdress that has a small chemise of diamonds just peeking out through on her chest with a belt of even more gemstones hanging off of small tussles. But the piece de resistance of it is that on their head they are wearing a essentially full wig cap made entirely of jewels. Different colors, all going up through their head and out into almost like a tree-like sprout, with many different colors of gems hanging off of their earrings as well. I'm putting this in the art channel for everyone else to look at.
Yes, give us the art.
But essentially just this extraordinarily vibrant piece of clothing that just has more gems than you could ever possibly see on a single person. And to say, I told ya.
Oh my word. You must have emptied your father's mines for this.
It is only just a portion of everything that's going on, but it is a large portion of my personal collection.
Well, come then. Let us see how you sparkle. And he'll take your hand and escort you to the dance floor.
And they'll follow.
I won't make you roll a performance check, as this is your moment. I would hate for you to fall on your face again. So
It's always gonna happen.
But yes, you are dancing with Essie. All eyes are on the pair of you. You are glittering and sparkling as brightly as any star in the night sky in your bejeweled ensemble. And there is a fondness in Essie's expression as he dances with you.
And Topaz, pulling him closer, not like as close as the first dance partner that they had, but close enough for very much fondness. And to say, I told you I had a bit of a surprise for you.
That you did.
I figure it's important to make a bit of an entrance and shine. Given that I believe I started here, not quite sure how brightly I wanted to shine, but through the efforts of you and many others, I feel finally like I can properly shine myself.
You flatter me. Entirely.
It's no flattery involved, I assure you.
Honor then.
I see.
You honor me.
I see.
Yes.
And they'll kind of continue to twirl him around, taking the lead themselves, to say, you don't have to say it back. But I think I'm in love with you.
He kind of goes, not like entirely slack-jawed, but his mouth just kind of opens in surprise, and there's a warmth to his cheeks, like he starts to turn pink in color, and kind of bashfully looks away, just goodness, certainly do know how to make a fellow blush.
Maybe I could make a fellow shine. Just kisses him on the forehead.
I find that you're still awfully forward, even out of disguise.
Well, I had a good bit of advice to truly chase my happiness.
I pray you'll continue to do so then.
feel more certain than I ever have been.
And the pair of you will continue to twirl about the dance floor, all eyes on you for several moments. And at the end of the dance, Essie will give a little bow and a kind of a shy smile and say, well, thank you. I hope that even though the charade has dropped, you'll continue to enjoy your evening.
I think I will. There's plenty more to enjoy here.
And the two of you part ways. Essie, I think at this point, you will observe, kind of bypasses the people that, are talking to him and is taking a moment to, like, gather himself sort of at the perimeter of the room after that, little interaction. Luella. What would you like to do?
Give me a random.
A random. I think... Scrolling through my cast of characters, you are going to be approached by the werewolf.
The black werewolf
The
in a suit?
black werewolf in a suit. He is going to approach you and give a very deep, almost performative bow. Good evening. If I could ask for a moment of your time.
I don't believe I would have any solutions for your problem that don't involve silver.
Haha. Thankfully, silver has a little effect on a false werewolf, but I appreciate your concern.
And for what other reason would you need a doctor?
Perhaps I might be the one to provide a diagnosis for you.
Do tell.
You don't seem to be having any fun.
She leans into the werewolf. And what makes you think that?
Because you're glowering at everyone talking to you. Even beyond the mask, I can sense that.
I fear you've misread me.
Oh?
Though I could see how you could see it as glowering. I guess it's something of a similar expression when you look upon various tasty morsels before you.
Tasty morsels, my. Perhaps I have gravely misread you. Ah, you might be having much more fun than I had assumed. Looking for your next victim, then, Doctor?
It would seem my next victim has presented themselves to me.
Then I have fallen straight into your trap.
Indeed you have.
Well, what would you have of me, then?
Well, I think a thorough examination is in order to begin with.
Examination. Perhaps we should find a quiet space then.
Indeed we should, Prince Alto.
Poof. The spell dissipates, and you find a finely dressed Alto in place of the werewolf, and he is wearing like a wolfish half mask, and just, ha. You know me frightfully well. Though, I fear I might say the same for you. If I might be so bold as to ascertain a guess.
Please do. I am curious to see what lies within your mind.
Well, I wouldn't dare to think that they might hold such a interest in me, but the cunning to know me enough to lay the trap and catch me off guard. Who better than one of the Fae? Am I correct, Miss Stalwix?
The disguise drops, and Luella is in a, for the event, fairly plain, but still a rather nice and more on the sleek side as opposed to the poofy side, emerald green dress with a far more fancier hood and veil.
Absolutely beautiful, if I may say so. You look lovely.
And yourself, Your Highness. Though I was rather hoping that my forwardness would have put you off.
Kind of gives you a little smirk, like just showing the barest hints of his fangs, just off-put. Never.
And what shall we do now that we are left unmasked?
Well, if the offer to find a dark hallway somewhere is no longer on the table, perhaps I might tempt you instead to lure you onto the dance floor.
Very well. After all, you did guess it myself as well. I think that such a reward is acceptable for you.
You do me great honor, Miss Stalwix. And he will lead you to the floor and give you a big, grand, sweeping waltz of a dance. And there's definitely eyes upon you. There's a lot of whispering, especially considering recent rumors abound between the two of you. But it is a lovely dance. He is doing a very good job at having picked up that you like to lead, and he is letting you do so.
And thus they danced.
And thus they
Oh, there's going to be so many rumors.
So many. But who cares about that right now? Don't worry about it.
I should have known you'd throw Alto at Luella.
Ha ha ha.
Should have known.
Yes, you do dance until the song comes to a conclusion. He gives you that, same polite, deep bow, and he will, exit the dance floor. And he actually takes a moment to not just exit the dance floor, but he kind of moseys his way, out of the ballroom, proper at this point. But yeah, Luella, that was your turn. And Gwen, what would you like to do?
Not I'm not too sure. It is late and my head is warm. I think Gwyn would probably return to being a wallflower for a bit.
Okay. What in particular are you looking to observe? Or just, do you want me to, like, I don't know, pick something
I
out
think
of the room?
Gwyn would just be, because, like, Topaz's disguise fell and they continued to dance with Essie, right?
Mm-hmm, correct. They did a dance with Essie.
I think Gwyn would just join the onlookers and watch that.
Sure. You observe the two of them dancing, and as it comes to its conclusion, they bow, they part their ways. Essie also, kind of as I mentioned before, goes to the perimeter of the room to sort of collect himself. And you actually, as you're observing Essie's movements, he also, kind of ducks out for a little bit, presumably to get some fresh air after getting so flustered. But as you're sort of watching the room, keeping an eye on things, watching people make merry, dance, more and more people are slowly revealed. People are oohing and awing over their grand reveals, their outfits under the disguises. All of you actually hear a harsh, high-pitched scream heard from just outside of the ballroom. And people start to gather, and more people are whispering in hushed and shocked tones. And as the four of you sort of, I presume you will want to see what the hubbub is about. As the four of you push your way through the crowds, you actually see on the floor is Essie. Blood is puddled on the floor. And a broken, silverish metallic shard piercing his chest. And that is where we're going to leave things off tonight.
Dun dun dun.
Maris, what the
What?
fuck?
I knew it. I knew it.
Essie telling us, hey, just for tonight, let's not worry about anything. Essie after the night's over. Got a lot to worry about now.
There's a
goddamn.
lot to worry about, but we'll worry about it in 2 weeks, because that's it for tonight. I want to thank all of you for playing, my lovely players, Sif, Lily, Vesper, and Ares. Also, Sif, happy birthday again. Thank you so much for spending it with us. And, thank you to our viewers for watching. Our next session, may actually have to be delayed until later on into the month because the 17th is kind of up in the air for me. But we'll keep you posted. Make sure to, follow me on Blue Sky so you can get all of the announcements regarding Child of Heart scheduling. But yes, thank you all so much. Have a very good rest of your evening. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.